Hello everyone, and welcome to Friends, Foes, and Saving Throws. This is the first campaign of our group that was put together to introduce our good friend Sketch to the world of tabletop role-playing games and Dungeons & Dragons. We started this campaign in 2021, but never streamed or recorded any of it reliably until March of this year, 2022. That means in this first episode, we'll be jumping into the story already in progress. So with that being said, please allow me to give you a little background and catch you up from the beginning with a brief introduction to the world of Efos. Our adventure began in Ardengard, the grand capital of Efos, a sprawling city almost 4 miles wide in any direction filled with races of all types. The architecture of rounded roofs, colored glass, and tall buildings peeking out from large bushy trees. Street lamps with strings of lanterns and flower baskets lining the paved roads. This city is the pinnacle of modern beauty, and the people dressed to match. The year is 32 GA, or Golden Age, and the city is in celebration. 32 years ago, the tyranny of the evil Demon King was brought to an end. The celebration was also brought to an end, in broad daylight, by a demon attack on the city. Our ragtag band of heroes, with the aid of a mysterious, cloaked tiefling, were able to thwart the attack, which granted them all audience with High Queen Marion Reese II. She sent this party of adventurers to retrieve one of the lost artifacts that had been used 32 years ago to fell the evil Demon King. This is the Great Sword Absolution. They found the sword embedded vertically in the ground in the middle of a clearing in a forest. A mysterious red runic circle was faintly seen on the grass here. Upon drawing the sword from the ground, they released Barbafa the Binder, 10th commander in the army of the Demon King. After a long and arduous battle, Barbafa was slain, and Absolution had been successfully retrieved. Returning the sword to Ardengard for safekeeping by the Holy Father, High Queen Marion requests of them to retrieve yet another of these powerful artifacts. Edelweiss, a sentient and shadowy leather tunic, lost somewhere in the dangerous and mystical Witchwood. To get there quickly, they would have to face the dangers of the Great River Cut. Pressing through the Great Cut and into the Witchwood itself, they were able to navigate through the many dangers, assisting the Dryad Protector of the last Whisperwood tree in the process. With the armor retrieved from the heart of the Whisperwood tree, they escaped the Witchwood with their lives. Heading then to the nearby Greenwood, they discover an egg of sorts had fallen from the sky during a star storm and was making the people of Greenwood quite ill. While investigating, they encounter another powerful demon, Azalith the Siren, second commander to the Demon King. She snatches the egg away, and the adventurers decide to return to Ardengard to report their findings. In the morning, they awake to find that the Greatsword Absolution had been mysteriously returned to their possession. Returning now through the incredibly dangerous Great River Cut is where we join our heroes in progress. Atrix, a human wizard. Illithin, a changeling warlock. Kulog, a half-orc barbarian. Rivali, a human rogue. Sigurn, an Eladrin sorcerer. And Varys, a wood elf rogue. Welcome to the adventure, and welcome, friends, to Efos.
So, Sketch, you're on deck, buddy.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Great Cut, where we finally find terrible, terrible things yet again. We started walking into the Great Cut, didn't apparently come in the same way that we did last time. So nothing looks the same. Everything looks switched up. The tree is not there anymore. The statues are not there anymore. Everything's just shifted, it seems like. It's different. As we're walking down, we hear a little tap, 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 clicky, click, clacks. and we see this huge voiceless, faceless type thing, little spider thing crawling on the wall. And we hear it clack. What was it? It tapped 8 times, and then we see 8 little minions come around behind it. So we book it to try to get the heck out of there. We get to this area where there are 4 statues standing stationary. Um, and there is another tunnel outside of it that we don't really go through. We stop here because we think, okay, well, we're just going to run into more of them. We might as well fight. Illithin was throwing Eldritch Blasts the entire time that we were going down the hallway, trying to hit as many as she could. I believe she only hit 1 out of 3, but hey, that's still better than most people's hitting averages. So, hey, we're doing all right. As we get to there, we start kicking these things' asses, and we start pummeling them down, and then all of a sudden the statues come to life from anything that is not humanoid that gets in that area. They start basically just like beating the shit out of them and taking them out, because apparently it seemed like that area was like a sacred type area. After a long fought battle of us just kicking these things' asses, we are battered and bruised and fighting and screeching of these things. It was just an awful fight. We ended up gathering. I guess we didn't get anything from these guys because they didn't have anything on them. And realistically, I think that's
You did manage to get the blood from the cave fissure.
right.
You got all of that.
So as we realized that the statues would not harm us, we thought to ourselves, now's a good time to rest after a battle, because hopefully this will be the safest place we have for now. And here we are.
Yep. So I will switch. You don't have to switch over to the Great Cut Camp if you don't want to. You are more than welcome to. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to be using this camp much longer. Open up my notes really quick. I'm prepared, I swear. So, as you guys kind of sit around the campfire after taking some time to move some of the bodies away so they're not in your immediate vicinity, you take a moment to look around. The fog is still thick as usual. The body of the giant creature, a little too difficult for you guys to move because it was too large, but kind of looms there, and it's as quiet as ever here, other than the occasional distant, like, thumping sound that you guys heard the first time you came through. Every once in a while, an occasional screech of a monster. And the somewhat MVP of the whole combat, Orphinius, kind of sits around the fire with you guys, holding his hands out, rubbing them together and trying to warm up. Big smile on his face. So, is it normally like this? Dangerous in here?
Last time we came here, we almost didn't make it out.
Oh.
I think it's best maybe we keep our voices to a whisper.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
But Kulok's right. It was similar last time. We're in a different place, I think. Don't know how that happened, but yeah, about the same.
Now, Illithin, as polite as I can be, I don't believe being quiet is necessarily on our radar. After that thing was screeching for more of its allies, I believe that we can talk normally and nothing else around us should come kill us this time, maybe.
Should.
Well, you're free to make that gamble. I'll stay quiet over here on my side.
Well, I mean, if anything does come and try to attack us, Well, I can help the best that I can.
Your best is my normal.
Oh, I don't know how to take it.
I don't. Maybe it came out differently.
Definitely came out wrong.
For someone who wasn't sure that they could take care of themselves, that was quite the performance.
Oh, well, sometimes I can do things, sometimes I can't. Really depends on who I'm fighting with, and I prefer not to do stuff like that, but I can. I wasn't expecting to be that useful, and not always useful, but I don't have many abilities like that. I was a little impressed with myself and surprised as well, so you're just as shocked as I am.
Well, you did quite well, and I did mix up my words. I meant that you're just great.
Oh, well, that's very nice of you to say. You don't have to say that though. I'm not really that. You guys are much stronger than me. And he like tries to like flex, and he's literally has like no muscle mass.
Then I'll reach out and like pat both Kulog and Atrix on their shoulders. These two boys are stronger than probably a good handful of the men I've known most of my life. Don't set the bar too high for yourself.
Always remember, Orphanius, strength isn't just in the body, it's also in the mind. Your mind is extremely strong from what we saw.
And you seem to be
That was
quite
really deep.
talented, other than just pure physical strength.
Oh, I mean, I definitely have my strong suits. Like when. I definitely have my strong suits. He looks over at you, Illithid, and then remembers that he essentially promised not to say anything about what you guys discussed earlier.
Well, everyone does. And that's why we work very well together.
Well, for the few day and a half or so that we've been traveling together so far, I have very much enjoyed your guys' company.
Certainly enjoyed yours as well.
No, you're just saying that.
Oh, trust me, darling, I'm not nice to people that I don't like.
Duh.
I can just picture Orphanius like twisting his toe in the dirt.
Kind of, yeah. He's getting a little bashful. It's very obvious that he hasn't really had any close connections with people, and so like he's enjoying this. Uh, you know, Illithin, I had a question for you. Maybe for you guys in general, but mostly for her.
Certainly, go ahead.
Do you guys want me to do a reading for you all?
Is that like Illithin's card thing?
I don't know anything about that, but well, I kind of explained it before that I am a Fate Weaver, and sometimes that gives me like glimpses of things that could come to pass, and I could do a reading for you guys, see if you guys are going to be in danger anytime soon, or if you want something more specific, I can do that, or try to at least.
With where we're at, I have a feeling we'll be in danger soon.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe something in the far future then.
Atrix loves a good palm reading.
Oh, it's not.
Why don't you do his?
I mean, I could. It's not really okay. He'll turn over to Yildrath, and he sticks his hand out, and in Draconic, he actually says, "Okay, little buddy, let me see your hands." And for those of you who don't understand Draconic, you hear this. And Yildreth looks over at you, Kulog, first.
Okay.
Looks like he's waiting for you to give permission, essentially.
Sure. Go for it.
He has no idea what you said, but able to deduce tone, he sticks his paw up into Orphinius's hand, and it's just fucking massive in comparison. And he's like, "Okay, I've never done this for a dragon, but okay, we're gonna do the best we can." And he turns the paw over, and he gives it a very, very stern look, and like traces various like little lines on it. He's like, I see. Okay, interesting." And then he looks up and he goes, "I have no idea how to read this."
Try me, young friend, and I'll take a step over to Orphinius.
Okay.
If palm reading isn't quite your thing, why don't you do what you're comfortable with?
Well, I've done bones before.
Ah,
Cards are preferably my type of thing. I've Cards are easiest to read because they're a little more meaningful, if you know what I mean.
more direct meaning. I can understand that. I was never good with palms myself. I was doing a reading one time when I was under my mentor's tutelage, and I once mixed up a lifeline with a wealth line, and I
Oh
made someone very
no.
happy, but unfortunately, I don't think their life turned out that way.
Oh no. That does not sound very good. But I mean, you were learning and it happens. I
Well, they
didn't
were
really
happy
have
and they
anybody to
tipped
teach
well.
me. That's true. I didn't have anybody teaching me. I just kind of figured it out on my own.
Because you're natural.
Do you have cards? I'll take a card reading.
I'll offer him mine.
Oh no.
Manga.
So Orphanius gets up and sits next to you, Ilthin. And as he reaches, Orphanius reaches out for your cards. But, hold on. Is it? Uno momento, please.
Uno momento. Why did I feel like that was a Mentos Mint commercial
Uno, your
jingle?
memento.
The Fresh Maker.
Okay. So, Orphanius he reaches out for your cards, and as he does so, he hesitates just briefly, and in a very sudden change of expression, as if something else had kind of taken him over, he quickly grabs your hand, and you feel this strange hum of magic emanating off his body. And those of you who are more in tune with the arcane arts, which is most of you, feel this as well. It feels like a vortex is swirling around you, and you watch as his eyes cloud over, and all of you are able to see this. And for as frail a boy as he is, his hold on your hand is like a vice grip, Illithin. Before you're able to react, you feel your vision slip, and it takes you but a moment to realize that you too have been pulled into this vision. Ahead of you, you can see this vast eternal plain of water. Billowy clouds float lazily along. Phone just timed out. God damn it. No, sorry. Billowy clouds float lazily along a sky that's very brightly colored, brightly dotted, with countless stars. In the center of that sky is this full moon, large, grand, powerful. And as you're staring and taking in this space, there's a sudden boom that shakes you to your core. And then another, and another. And you hear an almost ear-shattering crack as the very moon itself splits in half. 2 separate pieces before jetting across the sky in opposite directions. Split second later, you suddenly feel yourself fall forward, and you splash into the depths of the water and begin sinking into darkness. Deeper, darker, colder, until just when you're about to lose hope and fall into despair, you see a light in the distance. Your body drifts towards it naturally, and a pale glow pulsing, weakly at first, fills your vision before it begins to thrum faster and more strongly until you come face to face with what you understand to be a seed. It has swirls and patterns on it you've never seen before, and being near it gives you the sensation that you could do anything. No, not you could do anything. You can do anything. You instinctively reach out to touch the seed before you feel a violent tug, like a string were tied around your waist, and you shoot out of the water and back to the plane of, back to that glass plane, now full of flames that kind of dance on the surface of the water. There's strange sounds of distant screams, shouting, and metal on metal mixed in with the roar of the fire. Embers float along the sky lazily like stars of their own, and you feel like you'll be consumed at any moment before you find yourself snapped back to the camp with your companions, or Phineas, now before you, clutching his chest as he tries to catch his breath. And the rest of you, while this is going on, sees Orpheus holding Illithan's hand and his vision clouding over, and he quickly starts looking sick and like he's in pain and breathing heavily, and then eventually pulls away and trying to catch his breath as his vision returns back to normal.
Kulog walks up and reaches out for him to basically steady him as you can see like his body becomes weak. He'll basically just like catch him and ask him, Orpheus, are you okay? What happened?
I don't know, that was very intense. I've never seen anything like that before.
Once he releases her hand, Illithan kind of backs up very slowly and stands up and just walks off a bit.
That was very odd. I've seen strange visions before, but that was, I don't know, there was something different about that. It didn't feel like, not so much that I mean, I did the reading of Illithan, but it not of her specifically. It felt more like it was just a general, I don't know how to describe it. The threads of fate were so strangely interconnected.
What was it? What happened?
There was this plane of like endless glass or water or something, starry skies and a moon that shattered, and a seed down below. I don't know, it was weird.
Varys turns to Illithan. Are you okay?
She is like a good 15, 20 feet away, not facing the group.
Atrix will slowly make his way over to Illithan. And not like quickly, but slowly put his hand like on her back. And Illithan, are you all right?
I have seen so many things. I have never experienced anything like that. Ever.
Was it a good feeling or a bad feeling?
Both? I mean, it could mean so many things. And there was a lot of symbology. A lot, actually. But the end wasn't pretty.
Did you get any idea of what it all meant?
Not entirely. I, I think I need some time to think on it.
Well, you know where we'll all be. And I'll take a step back over to the campfire and leave her to her own devices and let Varys know that she's doing as good as she can be.
Yeah, just gotta stay there by herself for a little while, just pondering before coming back and sitting down. Not quite as close to Orpheus as before. Freaked her out a bit.
Yeah, he's kind of like shrunken in on himself a little bit and kind of holding his knees to his chest and just staring at the fire and kind of looks like he's kind of pulled away from everybody, like he's ashamed of what happened. Or maybe not so much ashamed, but embarrassed. I think I'm gonna go get some sleep. I'll leave you guys be.
Sleep well, young friend.
Yeah. Thanks. He kind of trudges off to a tent.
Orpheus.
Stops. He doesn't turn to you though.
We'll talk in the morning. If you want.
That's okay. It's fine. We don't have to do that.
No, but I think we should, maybe. We'll see.
He doesn't say anything, and he just heads on into the tent. So, with Orpheus sleeping, the rest of you are left to your own devices up and about with the strange display that just took place.
I'm gonna just kind of spend my time. I'm gonna pull out the major arcana from my deck and just kind of lay them out with the moon at the center and just kind of sit and ponder.
Okay.
Kulog's just going to be sitting around the campsite, basically petting Ildrath in a sense, kind of keeping a close eye on Illithin and the tent that Orpheus went into. Kind of mindlessly petting Ildrath, but like keeping his focus on the area around us.
Okay. Good to know.
Which way did we come in on the map?
This-
Left or right?
This way.
Okay.
Knowing the way we came in, Atrix is going to kind of just take a step away from the campsite, not far enough away to like get in the complete darkness, but just kind of, as best he can, scout out the way ahead.
Go ahead, give me your perception roll disadvantage since you don't have dark vision.
Varys is actually moving in the same direction. with the intention of setting up his hunting traps the same way that we did when we came through first time.
Okay.
Probably like on the other side of this tree.
Damn nice. All right, easy enough to do. You, how many are you setting up?
I believe I only have one.
Okay.
Yeah, I only have one.
Right here.
Probably right here.
Okay.
But then what I want to do, before that, probably through like this area here, like just beyond where the hunting trap is, use my bell and some fishing line to tie like a tripwire alert system.
All right.
And while he's like seeing Varys go that route and not seeing anything too alarming, Atrix is going to come back over here the way we came in.
Okay.
And across the way, like probably like right here, all the way across, he's going to sprinkle the bag of his ball bearings around to just kind of, that way if something goes over there, they slip and fall and will cause noise.
All right.
And alarm
Good
us.
to know. Thank you. Okay, so you guys get your trap set up for the evening. Oh, sorry. Stretching. And who are you guys doing your watch orders?
I think we're all pretty shook. I think we should.
Oh, we're definitely keeping watch, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good to know. Let me. Who the fuck's on first watch?
I think Varys and Atrix.
I have.
I don't know if my list is out of date though.
I'm just trying to find where the list is at. There it is. Found it. Yeah. Actually, let me edit that because it no longer have CS4L on here.
Yeah, I think first watch was me, Illithin, and Varys.
Varys and Atrix.
Just
Ilfin
Varys.
is yeah.
Okay.
You shifted around one night, but at that point we also had CS4L, so
That's right.
Before we do watch, do you want to shift around at all now? Before we get into it?
Who's with Illithin?
Varys.
Varys.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So can I please have Varys and Atrix for your first watch order, please?
Perception, correct?
Yep, you with disadvantage.
Just Atrix with disadvantage?
Yeah, he doesn't have dark vision.
Oh, okay. Oh, did we rest enough? Both my levels of exhaustion are gone now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys have we're story-wise, we're past this night. I'm just letting you guys get the like RP and stuff in.
Gotcha.
Okay. Even though your eyes are not adjusted to the darkness here, Atrix, you do a pretty darn decent job of keeping an eye out. The dim glow that's from the gargoyle eyes does help a little bit, and the firelight. And you do feel a little bit more relaxed with the ball bearings and the bear trap and the tripwire that Varys had set up, and you had set up, and it's not terrible. It's fairly quiet here. Doesn't feel as stuffy, if that makes sense. Feels as relatively safe as the Great Cut can probably get.
I've never felt anything like that in my life. Never seen it either.
Well, first time we came through, we definitely encountered the smaller ones, but nothing quite as large as that one.
That's why I took I think it was the Great Pass. The Great Pass, right? It's the other way around.
Bandit's Pass, I believe.
Bandit's
I'll
Pass.
double check. Giant's Pass, sorry.
Giant's
Bandit's
Pass.
Pass is down towards the south.
But, took the Giant's Pass on my way to the Witchwood the first time. I was told that this area was not good, and I can see why they said that now.
Yes, Giant's Pass is known to be the safer route. Varys seems distracted. He's like looking up the walls, looking to see, because they found Shade Lily the first time they came through. So he's kind of like looking around, trying to find anything that might be glowing up the cliff sides.
The mist here, even though it clings fairly low, it's surprisingly a little bit thicker than normal, at least for right now. And with the glow of the firelight illuminating a lot of the mist, it makes it kind of hard to see too far up.
It's too misty and too bright. Can't see anything. First time we came through, we found some Shade Lily on a small outcropping. Can't really see much right now.
I would know what Shade Lily is, right?
Go ahead and roll me a nature check. Un momento.
Damn.
What'd you roll?
20, nat 20, 25.
Let me grab the picture really quick, which apparently I didn't upload. Don't know why I didn't do that.
It's very pretty.
It is, I like it. Maybe, if my computer doesn't want to lock up, that'd be great too.
So I don't know what the fuck is up with my rolls today, but I'll fucking take them.
Okay, so Shade Lily is a very, very extremely rare plant. It was thought probably not to exist. It is said to have been a cure-all, essentially. It can cure various ailments, different afflictions, even potentially end curses. But the places that it likes to grow are usually very dangerous and inhospitable.
Knowing that, and seeing that Varys was looking over here, I will be like, well, since you looked over here, I will go take a look over yonder and just kind of take a step over here and see if I see anything.
Keeping your same perception roll, you kind of glance up and you do see some various like shrubbery, like almost kind of like dune grass, if you will, kind of coming out of the rocks. A little bit of vines here and there, but nothing of substantial. Like, you would be able to tell the glowing of a Shade Lily compared to the darkness of everything else, and you don't see anything here.
Just kind of slowly walking my way back. I didn't see anything over there either. I'll keep an eye out though.
Yeah, we did have the one, but we're taking that to Duke Archibald, who has apparently turned himself into a walrus. So I was hoping that maybe we might come across another.
Wouldn't hurt to have more than one. Would I know what Shade Lily is used for?
Yeah, it can. You don't know how to prepare it because there's so few little actual case studies that there's no real way of knowing how to apply it, essentially, or prepare it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of just hit or miss for that. But
I guess I
Shut
never
up.
miss.
yeah,
I hate it. That's what my brain went to.
but yeah, it could be used in a tea, maybe, or maybe you crush it down, maybe you apply it in ointment. You're not entirely sure, but it could potentially cure almost anything.
Okay. Well, good friend, I'm a little tired, so I might go get some shut-eye. Wake me up if anything happens.
Certainly.
All right. Varys and Illithan, please give me your perception checks. Damn.
Illithan's on edge.
Yeah, she's very much keeping an eye out.
I was actually thinking about that, and should I technically be rolling with disadvantage?
Do you have dark vision? No, you
Nope.
do not. So yes, go ahead and roll me one more time.
All right,
Still
fucking
really good.
chill.
Yeah, still super good. So you guys gather around the campfire and keep your eyes out. Again, anything that seems like it might be coming close to your camp, kind of spots the gargoyles and then immediately turns. Nothing that would seem like hostile or anything. Like little lizard stuff. It seems like almost everything is avoiding this spot. So
Small comfort. Good question.
Yes.
You and your family, and I'm sorry, I know you've definitely at least said this once, but it's not really something I'm generally concerned with, so I don't really pay attention to it. Who do you worship, I guess? Who's your patron god?
One moment.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, that's perfectly fine as well.
Well, we live in the forest of the Deer King, and we worship the Deer God.
I see. And is that generally considered a good god, a bad god, in between? How do you know the deity or the higher power that you've, dedicated some form of, or at least small part of your life? How do you know it's a good choice?
Well, I can't say that I've ever really thought about it. I was just raised that way. I mean, how do you know that the deity that you worship is good or bad or neutral or?
Well, see, that's just it. I don't really worship a deity. I've never been a religious type. Money is the religion I grew up with. And this is all very new to me, and I think I'm still trying to figure it out. I hadn't told anyone yet, but there's this, I don't know who it is, but they speak to me sometimes. And I think, I don't know, I think they've granted me some extra measure of abilities. But I don't know anything about them. And it feels strange, not really dangerous, not really a good choice or a bad choice, it's simply a choice that I made.
But as Illithan is explaining, Varys looks down at his chest armor. Because what she's describing kind of sounds like how he interacts with Ed. Because it's kind of in his head and talks to him. So
apple crisp. Yum, yum.
it's, I mean, I can't say that I've ever had the Deer God speak to me, but I mean,
Oh, don't get me
What
wrong,
you-
I don't even know that this is a god. It could be someone playing, arcane telephone continents away, I don't know.
I mean, that sounds like Ed, and he actually points to his chest.
Oh,
I mean,
Ed, you don't sometimes speak in a female voice, do you? She'll reach out and just tap Varys on the chest, just very lightly.
And Varys is kind of like a quick like shock of like, what are you doing?
I was having the most wonderful dream of apple crisp.
Well, what did he say?
He was having the most wonderful dream of apple crisps.
Oh, do relay my condolences. I'm sorry for waking him up. He seems to sleep a lot.
Yes.
Well, I am quite old.
He's quite old.
Aren't we all? Well, no. See, that's just the thing. I don't know who's talking to me. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Does it only happen when you're alone?
Yes, but no. It's very hard to describe. Do you remember when we were in the temple in Ardengard, and we were getting ready to leave after we talked to the Holy Father?
Yes.
It was the strangest thing. It was like time stopped. Everything stopped except for me. And the voice. Really, I don't know. Something feels strange and I can't put my finger on it.
It's
I
kind
don't
of
mean
like
to burden you. You seem like one of the wiser ones of our troop, and, I thought I'd maybe ask for a little friendly advice.
Well, I don't really have much advice. It does sound like maybe we're all having our own sort of experience and journey. It's the way that you describe time stopping and everything reminds me of when we were in that temple in the forest, and well, you and I got knocked out, but Sigrun went into that portal.
Right. But talk to someone, and I assume maybe you saw them. Should I demand to see them? Is that a thing? Can you demand things of gods?
I mean, have you tried asking?
No.
Maybe you could try that. It's like when you told me, have I tried talking to Ed?
Well, that's fair, but at least you know Ed's there.
Well, I mean, physically it's just a piece of armor, but I'm the only one that can hear him. Does that make him a god or me crazy?
It could be a machination of your mind. I don't know you quite well enough to give you a mental health assessment, but I find that unlikely.
But you ask me about the gods.
Look, I said this was complicated and I didn't know. I'm just throwing ideas here.
Are you okay? What did you see when Orphinius grabbed your hand?
They hesitate for a moment and look around to see if everyone else is asleep, and she'll relay the vision. It was the strangest thing. Typically, and maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm just, coming up with things that are familiar to me. But, each card has its own certain meaning. And the moon, for example. The moon is typically related to deception or illusion. And that was, how it started off. But then the moon, it cracked like that, like I said. And what does that mean? Is it the breaking of the deception? Am I seeing through something? Am I meant to see through something? And then if I do, is that what brings on, this seed? What is the seed? Does it mean potential? Does it mean, something that I've sown? Something that we've sown? And then that horrible scene afterward.
Do you remember, while Ilithin had stepped away, that Orphinius said that it wasn't specifically related to Ilithin, and more like it was related to the group as a whole?
Right.
But that the threads of fate were woven in a very strange way.
doing?
Well, the moon cracking, I do certainly hope that that is just symbolic and not a literal vision.
Oh, I certainly
You know, it'd be
hope not.
absolutely catastrophic.
Makes me wonder what we've gotten ourselves into, and we're going around for, a queen who, yes, she's the queen, but we don't really know anything about her. We don't know her motives, her own machinations.
I mean, it wouldn't be the
Who's to
first
say we're
time that
doing
we
the good thing?
questioned why she even sent us to get absolution in the first place.
You're right. Not all of us were as wise as to question that, but who's to say we're not bringing on the end of the world? Maybe we are the reason that these, demons keep showing up, or, I don't know. This is just all very confusing. Far beyond my experience.
Well, maybe it would be wise for us to be certain about motives and intentions. At least be a little bit more wary going forward.
I suppose you're right. Well, this has been a lovely chat. I'm gonna go check on our Phineas. He seemed a little despondent when he went to lay down.
I do hope he's okay. His gift is a gift, and it's not his fault for seeing what is to be seen.
Some gifts are curses.
Some say.
Thank you for the chat. I'll get up and just give a hand on Varys' shoulder, just thank you, squeeze, and go and peek in on Orpheus.
As you peek in on Orpheus's tent, you see him sleeping, but you can see that looks like he's been crying in his sleep.
The Varys is rounding camp to go get ready to wake up Kulog for next watch, but he's kind of watching Illithin to see reactions as she's checking on Orpheus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll turn around and just give a thumbs up to let Varys know that he's okay. But Illithin's gonna crawl into just the front corner of the tent and just kind of crawl up and whisper, "Don't worry, you're okay." And she's gonna just make herself small in the corner of the tent and just stay in there with him for a little while till she falls asleep.
Okay. At some point he reaches out to find your hand and just kind of squeeze it in his sleep and seems to kind of visibly relax.
Oh, adopted me.
All right. So Varys, you go and wake up the other two. So can I have Seeger and Kulog and Yildrath? Please give me your guys' perception checks.
Good. The dragon can see everything around us, but us two can't see shit.
Okay. Yildrath, for once, is actually not goofing around, and he is actively keeping a watch around the camp. He even does a couple laps around the perimeter, making sure not to step in any of the traps that you guys had set up. And at one point, you see towards the tripwire this strange, almost like a salamander-like creature that kind of has this long, almost white translucent body come up, and right when it's about to set off the tripwire, Yildrath kind of goes up and just blows, snorts in its general direction. I snort in your general direction! And the salamander takes off in the opposite direction without tripping the wire. You two, however, are just really not paying attention.
Siggern, have you ever seen Illithin react in that way before? I've never seen her panic in a sense.
I don't know, Callie, have I?
Aside from the fact that, like, the first time that she knows that you saw her shift and noticed her scar, no.
No, I haven't.
She's always been one, ever since I've met her anyway, to have a very strong resolve. It seemed very unlike her. That vision that they had to have been something to really, really shake her. Because I've never seen her react that way. We don't know much about Orphinius. Who's to say he can't plant visions into somebody's mind as well?
I don't know. I assume in time we'll learn about what was seen, but for now, it seems like something not to pry about.
Can you repeat that, 47?
Hold on, gummy worm.
You're good. You just have a low body.
I said, I'm sure in time we'll be told what was seen, but for now, it seems like something not to pry about.
I guess we'll just have to let them see where things take them in the morning, at least. Maybe they can talk about it. And I know nothing about the magical arts of card reading, so I don't even know what
Neither do I.
the moon cracking could symbolize or anything like that. I don't even know what that means. I guess we just have to be patient and hope that they can find a resolution to this vision, because being blunt, I am of no use when it comes to these things.
I'm not sure I am either.
Kulog, can I have you make a wisdom saving throw, please? Okay.
Sure can.
Good to know. Finally, you save against one. Good to know. Thank you.
I think I know what's happening, but can't do anything about it so well.
DM me. See if I want to see what your guess is.
I'm going to.
Oh.
You good?
Oh no. Yeah, I'm good. Don't mind me. Keep going.
I'm going to go get a better look at one of these gargoyles and just kind of like give it a proper look, since I don't think anyone actually did during or after the fight.
So you go around to the gargoyles and take a look at each one. Each one is slightly different. Different carving of the facial structure, but they're all generally the same for the most part. This one, as you get closer to it, it kind of turns its head to look at you, but doesn't seem bothered by your presence or you looking at it. You hear this strange rumbling sound coming from it very quietly, but you don't understand what it's saying.
seems like it's trying to talk, but I don't personally speak gargoyle, do you?
I've never had any experience in talking with a gargoyle before, but I don't know. Ildrath is kind of an interesting beast himself. Ildrath, go to the gargoyle and see if you can talk to it. Ildrath will go up to this gargoyle and like just kind of listen for a second.
The gargoyle kind of also, this one shifts a little bit, and instead of like shifting its head and everything, this one kind of lowers itself down a little bit to get to like Yildrath's eye level. Kind of stares at him for a moment, and you hear that same like stone grindy sound, and Yildrath kind of tilts his head a little bit and looks back at you, then back to the gargoyle. When the gargoyle realizes that Yildrath can't understand it, he returns to his resting position.
Kulog will do like a motion to like touch the gargoyle stone, to like kind of pat it and pat his hand and do the motion, and Ildrath will like reach his little paw up and like touch the leg of the statue.
Okay. Gargoyle doesn't really react.
Well, okay. I guess there's nothing to do. All right, Ildrath, come back. Ildrath will like come back to the camp.
As you move out of its range, no, I'm just kidding.
There's an
Ildrath
attack
dies.
of opportunity. And maybe we won't ever find any information about these statues and what they are and why they're here.
We can see in the morning if anyone else happens to understand them.
Good call.
I don't actually know what everyone speaks beyond common and a few others. Maybe someone has a hidden talent for speaking gargoyle.
You know, speaking of which, I haven't gone up to the statue myself. I'll give it a go.
Okay. You go up to it. This one has to kind of, it's a little bit smaller than the other ones, and he kind of has to raise himself up to be eye level with you, and he takes a good long look at you, and then kind of you see the stony muscle of the creature kind of relax a little.
Can you speak to me, statue?
There's a sound of like gravel being shifted that's coming from the statue. It's definitely trying to speak to you.
Blink twice if you're in danger.
No blinking.
Is there a reason why your eyes are glowing?
Kind of tilts his head a little bit.
Kulog will like point to the eyes, like his own eyes.
He mirrors your action, but points to his own eyes.
So you can understand me. Can you?
It can see you. I don't think it can understand us.
Kulog kind of ponders to see if there's anything else that he can do to try to communicate with it, but can't come up with any ideas. So he'll like tilt his head down and like bow at the statue, kind of. And then he'll walk back around the tent again and back to the spot where he was at with Ildrath.
Seeker, since you're watching this, and as Kulog bows, you watch as the gargoyle actually has a look of surprise on his face, And when Kulog turns, the gargoyle bows back before going back to his position.
Interesting. Well, we'll see if anyone knows in the morning.
Kulog gets up and kind of does a stretch. He says, all right, Ildrath. Let's go back to bed, buddy. Go head back to their tent and just get ready to sleep. We'll see you in the morning, Sigurd. Good luck.
Okay, can I get the next people for your perception, please? And I doubt you can go lower, but one more since you don't have dark vision, please. Okay, 5 it is. You got no idea what's going on. Sigrun, thankfully though, a little bit better than before. You kind of take a glance around and are a little bit more on alert now. But nothing seems to really bother you or catch your attention as potentially dangerous. Excuse me.
I see Fozzie unmuted, but nothing was said.
Because I don't have any idea what's around. I
Okay.
wasn't here last week, so.
No,
I have
what's
no
around
idea
you is
what
what
it
you
is.
see on the map.
Big ravine walls, everything's gray, mist covering a lot of stuff, with 4 gargoyles with glowing eyes, and a pool of water with bones in it, essentially.
That's partially acid now, thanks to Atrix.
And blood.
And blood, yeah.
You're welcome.
How did it become acidic?
Atrix used a spell.
The only spell I had because I was basically mute. There's also a hole underneath the bones in the water, but you wouldn't know that. I mean, you would know that because I told you when I investigated it, but we haven't investigated the exact reason as to why the hole's there.
Yeah,
And we
pool's
won't
acidic now anyway.
Yeah, we won't because the pool's acidic. I guess that's beneficial at some point because the whole, like, I mean, the water's acidic, so if anything's gonna come through it. Anyway, carry on. I'm going back to sleep.
Atrix wakes up for exposition, then goes back to sleep. Any RP you guys would like to do?
I don't have anything, I don't think.
No.
Okay. Alright, with watch concluded, morning arrives, and you guys either, are you cooking, are you eating rations?
We still
I'll
have
cook.
our leftovers from the director, right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm gonna use some of the leftovers from the director to cook breakfast.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will help.
Alright, sweet. So you slice off some of the, get some of the ham slices and fry it up in a pan. Whoever is cooking, go ahead and roll me your survival with advantage.
You can, my friend.
Varys comes out of his tent to the smell and sees them trying to cook breakfast and makes a suggestion that, and he looks around. Maybe because of where we're at, we kind of clean that up and perhaps we eat something on the go.
I agree. I can't quite get this right wherever I am It's something about this place.
What is that smell? It's like smoked charcoal and feces.
Ildreth farted.
Yeah, and then Atrix will take whatever is in the pan and just throw it in the acid pool because it's just bad.
You hear the like sizzling sound as it hits the acid pool.
Right in the middle of camp. Really, Ildreth.
Ildreth will like look at Kulog with a scowl on his face.
In Draconic, Atrix will go, "Sorry, buddy, we needed a fall guy."
Huh.
In Draconic, Illithin will say, "Don't worry, darling. You're far more civilized than they are. I know better."
He does little tippy tappies and kind of puts his chin up a little. Or Phineas comes out of the tent and he goes, "Oh, that's disgusting. I've smelled dirty socks that smell better than that."
Well, don't go into Atrix's tent because that's not the only dirty thing you'll smell in there.
Oh, it's disgusting.
Said, "Last night, we all have our strong suits. Cooking is not one of them for most of us."
Well, I could try to make some like cold breakfast for you guys if you want, like, you know.
I think whatever we can eat on the go, like Varys said, is probably a good idea.
Varys is already like breaking down his tent.
Rations is.
As I'm like breaking down the tent and stuff. Speaking of strong suits, do any of you happen to speak gargoyle? I think they were trying to talk when Kulog and I were looking at them.
I
Wait,
know
they-
6 different languages, but not gargoyle.
Is gargoyle a language?
I don't know, but it's gargoyles that's speaking them, or that's speaking it. So, best I can do.
I've heard so many languages and been around so many people. I didn't know they talked. They talked. Why did no one say they talked? Ellen's gonna like really quickly run over to one of them. "Excuse me. First off, thank you very much for your assistance. It was absolutely wonderful. Do you speak?"
Which one are you going to?
We'll say lower left.
So you go to the lower left one. This one is a little bit slimmer in frame and looks a little bit more feminine overall. And she kind of tilts her head a little bit at you rushing up to her, and you see that she tenses up immediately, but then kind of relaxes when after like the realization of, you know, giving you the once over. And when she sees you trying to like talk to her, she kind of cranes her head in a kind of almost jerky movement at first, and you hear like the little crumbling sound of like rock, and then it sounds like a grindstone as like it's opening its mouth to speak, but you can't understand it.
Not common. Okay. She's just way too excited about the perspective of a new language that she didn't know about, so she's gonna try just in every language she knows, just to see if they can understand her. So Celestial, Draconic, Elvish, and Infernal.
Okay. You go through them, and it doesn't seem to react into anyone.
Okay. She's gonna start going through pantomimes of like a thank you, of like, you know, the hands together and bow.
When you bow, she kind of stops for a moment and gives a little bit of a bow back.
Full. I would love. Can we take these with us? Do you have to stay here? I would love to learn more about you. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I like people. You're not necessarily people, but you're clearly sentient. And she just stops and stares at it.
Orpheus will come up, and he kind of does the same thing you did in all of the languages he knows. You hear him in Common, you hear him in Draconic, Elvish. You also, for Sigrun, you would recognize this as Undercommon. Does any of you know? Let's see. Let me check what languages you guys know. Hold
This thing speaks fucking Terran, doesn't it? God damn it.
Wait, why do I recognize Undercommon?
Because it's a form of Elvish.
Okay.
Well, I would
It's
recognize that then too.
true. You would. So those of you who speak Elvish would recognize Undercommon as, in my mind, I think of Undercommon as like almost like a different dialect in a sense. Anyway, does anybody else speak? Okay, no one else speaks Halfling. Okay, he speaks in Halfling, which none of you guys understand, and he also speaks in definitely one that I don't think any of you have probably ever heard, but he speaks in deep speech to the thing, and which is a very strange language for you guys to hear, but the gargoyles just don't really seem to react at all to any of them. Well, I'm out of luck and ideas.
Terribly fascinating. You know, if I spent a day with these, and if they were to communicate, or if I tried to communicate with them, after a day I'd probably have a pretty good... No, we can't stay for a day. Damn. Oh, wasted opportunities. Why here? Gets a little indignant and walks off, starts breaking down her tent after bowing to the gargoyle again.
Gives a little bit of a deep head nod and gets back into its position of rest.
So while everybody is done with their with tearing down their tents, Kulog will sit. He'll go over next to Illithin and kind of be like, "What if we all chose a statue to stand by? What if we all bowed at the same time? Because your statue bowed back to you."
Well, of course, they're clearly sentient. They have manners.
Oh, right.
You're suggesting that...
Like the
maybe-
instrument statues back in that one hallway.
Yes,
Oh,
maybe
no.
if we do something together, maybe that might cause them to react a different way. Maybe if we touch them all at the same time, bow to them, kneel before them, maybe that might do something.
Well, they are likely the only reason that we're alive. I have no problem bowing or kneeling. Small measure of gratitude.
Here, I will take a knee by this one.
I'll go back to the one that I was by.
Kulog will go back to the one that he was at last night.
Atrix will go to this one.
You all kneeling?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So as you all kneel, the statues shift a little bit and look down at you guys, and they each place a hand out on your shoulders. Not so much in like, the gesture that they give, it feels more like a reassuring hand on your shoulder than anything. And then they let go and get back into their sitting position.
Varys turns his head to look over at Adrix and then looks back at his gargoyle and just quietly looks at it and says, "Thank you." Stands back up and goes back to look around to see what everybody else at their statues was doing.
Ooh. Oh, that was exhilarating. I wonder what it means.
Quick DM question.
Mm-hmm.
Was this fire already lit when we got here, or did we light it?
No, I made the map and forgot that I was going to use this as a battle map and left the camp on it. So the camp was made by you guys.
Would we have seen any like switches or anything underneath of the fire that we placed it on? Like maybe it looked like a pedestal that we started the fire on. Not
roll me
thinking that it was
a preemptive, like a late investigation or perception.
Flashback!
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary, like any sort of switches. There are pillars here that are toppled over that seem to be in roughly like the same kind of positioning as the gargoyles, one in each corner, essentially, if you will. But No, nothing, no switches or anything like that.
Can I investigate the pillars to see if there's any like movement on the base of where the pillars sat?
Yeah, easy enough. Keeping your same investigation check, you would have gone around and kind of mess with them, check to see if there's any like hidden switches, anything around the base, any hidden compartments. You, with your background, this is nothing to you. You know all the tricks in and out, and nothing. They just seem like normal pillars, old pillars that have toppled over in time.
As he's as Atrix is running around investigating things, Kulog sees him and he says, "Atrix, you see that tree over there? Go kick it."
Atrix
Really
chuckles.
doing this again?
Atrix chuckles to himself and he'll go over and kick the tree.
Roll me a strength check.
Trees.
Okay. The tree is definitely dead, and so and it is hollowed out. So when you kick it, your foot kind of goes into the slightly rotted wood and kind of gets stuck a little bit, and you kind of have to shake it out.
I'll take a look into like the hole of the tree to see if there's anything in it.
Well,
Okay,
the
some spiders
construct
come
certainly
out.
would have enjoyed that.
Nothing but quick question, anyone afraid of spiders?
Mind them. They keep worse insects at bay.
Well, then nothing in this tree other than spiders. And I'll shake off my foot and walk back to the camp.
There's Atrix and Mavali, you guys don't understand then? It definitely seems like they're speaking.
I couldn't understand what they were saying, but in the investigation of the pillars and everything, I will also take a look around the gargoyles just in case there's anything like on the gargoyles to make them react differently. I
Okay.
won't push them, but
As you're going around the gargoyles and like looking around, they obviously see that you're trying to like investigate around them, and so they like shift a little bit every once in a while, lift up their foot so you can look underneath them, and but nothing.
Oh, it's like
nothing
you're
out of the ordinary.
vacuuming.
Yeah, kind of like vacuuming.
sorry. Guess I'll just say this instead of typing it. I'm just gonna go and reclaim as many of the ball bearings as I can since we're all awake now.
Did you toss the whole bag out?
No, it was just enough to like. I mean, I guess it depending on how wide the thing is, enough to cause something to alarm us if they slipped or fell.
Okay.
Got a bag of 1,000.
Yeah, trust me, I'm aware.
Okay.
Okay, you get 688 back.
Let's go. It was worth losing a few for safety reasons.
Right, well, are we all set?
I believe so.
I think I've got everything together. I got my hunting trap and tripwire back.
Just double check. Horses are still fine, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I think we're good.
Okay. So you guys break down your camp and get things sorted, and let's see. Okay. So as you guys prepare, oh no, I just dropped something. Hold on. If that gets stuck in my carpet, that's gonna not be good.
Hopefully, it's the carpet on the floor.
Well, yeah, I don't.
Ah!
I have shaved. Thank you very much.
Fucking
Uh,
sketch. Ah! Oh, too good.
Okay, so as the 8 of you continue on, you guys begin riding out of the camp. Sorry, hold on, let me recount. Sorry, the 9 of you. So, as the 9 of you continue, you begin making your way down the Great Cut and outward.
Oh, wait, 9? What?
You heard me. 9.
Ildrath makes 7.
Oda and Orphinius.
8.
Who's following us? Please tell me it's one of the gargoyles, because that's gonna be fucking hilarious.
Roll me a perception. Okay. As you are continuing past, you take a glance back and you watch as the gargoyles kind of give you a little small goodbye wave. As you continue down the pathway, however, and around the corner of this little rest site, you whip your head back around, and as you are doing so, you see a figure that seems to be made of mist, just kind of traveling alongside you guys. It's even got a horse that's made of mist, just riding along with you.
If I fall back, does it fall back with me? Like, does it just kind of still stay behind me?
No, so it looks at you and is actively looking at you, but continues on with the rest of the party.
I'll kind of take the horse and galley up to the party and, not loudly, but under my breath, as I pass each one of them, say, "We've got company."
What do you mean? Not again?
Doesn't seem harmful, but the last time we were followed, you know how that ended.
Look around for what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not hard to see. You got a whole ass mist person and mist horse following with you guys.
It probably takes me a second because my immediate thing is to look up to where they would be if they were following us along the walls.
True.
Yeah.
And then after not seeing anything up there, go to like glance back at him to be like, "There's nothing." Oh, seeing it like over his shoulder.
What is that? What is that?
Don't panic. It seems friendly. Passive, at least.
It's not scouting us out like the last thing was it?
It's kind of hard to tell. There's no distinct features on this thing. It doesn't have like any eyes that you can see. That's form kind of shifts a little bit.
I look back and wave at it.
It waves back.
Fucking Monka, dude. I hate this. I hate every second about this. I'll do the thumbs up, thumbs down, or thumbs in the middle. Like
It just
good,
mimics
bad.
what you're doing. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle.
I'll flip it
The
off.
gargoyles did give us a little blessing. What if this is I don't know, a little guardian or something? Wouldn't that be exciting?
What did you say, Atrix?
Nothing.
It flips you back off. I heard
Okay,
you.
okay. It wasn't in like a harmful flip off. It was just kind of to see if it was mimicking me, which it totally is. So
Just a friendly fuck you,
yeah,
Go fuck yourself.
yeah. I'll go quietly fuck myself, I guess.
Oh, this is wonderful. Wonder.
If the gargoyles think we need a guardian, what are we up against next?
No, don't think that way.
Of course, Segan would be the first person to think that way.
Maybe they're just seeing us off.
Who?
It also
What's,
definitely had nothing to do with the music.
what's the marching order again?
I was in front, I believe.
I'd be somewhere in the middle with Orphidius.
Let me check the chat. See how far up it is.
I believe Varys and Kulag are sharing a horse.
Yeah,
I
it
don't know where
was
we're at.
Kulog and
Yeah.
Varys up front, then Atrix and Rivali, then Orphinius, then Illithin and me in the back.
Yeah, because Orphinius has Horus.
Horus.
Yeah, Horus.
Horus the Pegasus.
Yep,
No big
Horus
deal.
the Pegasus. God damn, it's really far up in the chat.
That's the right. That's the right one. That's the right marching order.
I found it. Eat my ass.
Hey, that's the order I said.
It's exactly what.
I'm reposting more for my own
Yeah,
sanity. Okay. Sigurd and Ilthin. As the creature kind of slows back down and falls in line and kind of takes up post behind you guys as you're riding. Who's riding first in the horse, and who's controlling the reins, and who's
Unless
riding
it's
bitch?
changed, I am controlling it because Illithin was shooting Eldritch Blasts out the back.
Good to know. Ilthin.
Me.
You watch as the creature gets relatively really close, and it like reaches out towards you, and you watch as what wasn't a mouth there before, there suddenly is. And it opens very wide, and you see these like circular row of teeth that seems to just go all the way down this maw.
Sigurd. Eldritch Blast.
Okay. Go ahead and attempt to make an Eldritch Blast, please.
I forget what these things are called, but I hate them so much.
These are 100% homebrew.
Fuck.
Okay. As you launch your Eldritch Blast, it just completely like disperses its form briefly around where the blast would have hit, and then reforms itself.
Sigurd, bad thing. Lots of teeth. Not friendly.
I speed up, and even though she's already, letting them know, as I catch up to the others, just not friendly, and keep going.
Yeah, the rest of you look around and you see this creature silently. It's this whole like toothy maw, and you watch as it kind of splits even wider and wider, as now the maw is not just the head, but down where the neck would be and the chest cavity, and it's starting to like spread open into these almost like flower petal like mouth, essentially.
Do you have a picture of these?
No, because I just made them up last night.
Well, fuck my ass. This is terrifying.
Kulag, faster.
Yeah.
Hearing Varys do that, Atrix will kick the horse to see if it'll go faster. And Atrix will turn around and go to Orphinius and just kind of, let's go.
You don't have to tell me twice. And he's booking it.
Illithin, do you have a beat on that thing?
No, you mean it's a giant mouth. It's a mouth, Atrix, a giant mouth.
I will, as I'm trying to control this horse, this is probably going to be really bad. I'm going to try to shoot a firebolt at it.
Okay, go ahead.
Would it be a disadvantage since I'm doing other things?
Yeah, you first. It's very hard to see in here, and you're also riding very quick. Go ahead and roll one more time.
I hit that. That's stupid.
The
What did you-
disadvantage, MIDI updated, and I think it
okay.
might have broken the disadvantage thing.
Yep.
Okay. You shoot kind of wide. It's kind of hard to shoot while on horseback. You're not really used to it, and it goes wide and hits the side of this ravine and knocks a couple rocks down. And you watch as the rocks just kind of fall through the creature's mist form like nothing. It's keeping relative pace with you guys, and it's kind of gaining on you a little bit.
So the mouth is open. Is the mouth look mist, or does the mouth look like an actual physical object?
The mouth looks like an actual mouth.
So, seeing, I mean, I barely saw the rocks go through, but seeing what I thought I saw, I will relay that to the group, saying that I don't think we'll be able to hit this thing unless we hit it in the mouth.
Varys looks back and gives a, Kulak, keep us steady. And he like spins around so that he's sitting backwards on the horse. And
Hot.
pulls out his one shadow arrow and knocks
Seeing-
it
Yeah, seeing
and
that,
yells back to the
Atrix will-
group, out of the way.
Atrix will take his horse and move out of the way, seeing Varys turn around and pull out his bow.
Go ahead and loose your arrow. That will hit. Okay. So you watch as Varys knocks this arrow, and you see what this arrow shaft seems to be made of, like this dark ebony, and the arrow tip itself almost looks like it's made of obsidian. And as he knocks it and gets ready to pull it back, you watch as it kind of shifts with this, almost like how Ed looks with the shadows that kind of roll off of it effortlessly. And he looses it, and it makes no sound as it goes through the air, but it does impact and land into this creature, and you hear for the first time this god-awful screech that you guys kind of have to cover your ears for, because it rattles your head a little bit, and you all take 3 points of psychic damage as this screech just kind of shakes you to the bone a little bit. It slows down just a little bit, and once it kind of recovers, it picks back up to start following you guys again.
It's still coming.
She said, "Why the fuck did my ears start ringing right as you said?" I hate this.
You watch as the horse that it was now on shifts into its body, and it is no longer riding the horse, but it now has these long, like six different like legs essentially, and it's each leg is like some are pulling itself forward, some are pushing itself off the side. Each doing its own thing, and it is larger now, and the mouth kind of expands down towards like the belly. Essentially, it's kind of like No Face when he got like really freaking fat and Spirited Away.
Oh no.
Varys like spins back around on the horse and yells out to everybody, I only had one of those.
Faster! Must go faster!
Pushing your guys' horses, they for the first time ever, actually, like pushing them as fast as they'll go. You guys continue on forward, and after to the point where you guys think your horses are on the verge of collapsing, you finally look back and don't see the creature anymore. At some point, it seems to have finally given up. Either you guys weren't worth the effort, or it just lost interest, or whatever. But eventually, you guys come to a rest. Your horses breathing heavily. Switching off the Great Cut map since we won't be using that anymore.
This camp looks like the other one.
Shut
I
the
love it.
fuck up.
We've gone in a circle.
You can spend your time with the gargoyles.
There's gargoyles here too. What? How many more are there?
Did we find a secret tunnel?
No,
A
maybe it's
secret
the same.
tunnel.
Baba Booey.
But you guys eventually having to force yourselves to stop because your horses, otherwise your horses are going to start taking exhaustion. You seem to have lost whatever creature that was.
More. No more. No.
I think it's gone.
I think we need to get the hell out of here.
I don't like this place. That might have been the most terrifying thing I've ever seen in my life.
I think that makes all of us. Never going to see what was on that map. I am not coming back through here. Never again.
There are other routes. They're just slower.
Slower and who knows, could be just as bad. No. I mean, the Giant's Pass is pretty. That one's used for trade. People actively use it. I'm surprised you didn't just take that one.
Giant's Pass it is from here on out.
I agree, and it's actually a beautiful, beautiful travel.
But think of all the time we're saving. It's definitely not worth it.
I don't like this
Rushing
place.
back for. Ridiculous.
Oh, well, I think the horses need a break. A horse can go a little bit longer, but your horses aren't, magic like Horus's, so I don't want to end up having to, you know.
I hop off my horse and kind of pat it on its back and give it some loving for getting us the hell out of there.
Good job, Horus.
Varys does the same with him and Kulog's horse and tries to find something to feed it a little bit.
Yeah, you're able to find some dried, crusty grass, but it's not great, but it's something.
Fucking picture Ildrath taking off and having to U-turn to come back to us.
Whew. Did you guys run into that thing last time too?
That would be no.
Oh. Ugh.
Yeah, last time there were a lot more inanimate objects.
Why are there no inanimate oh, okay, apparently I can't say that word. Inanimate objects this time.
That is an excellent question.
We are coming back through the same way that we went the first time, aren't we?
We thought so. Clearly not.
Well, from my understanding, there's only the one entrance. I mean, you look at it from either side, and it's just practically like a clean cut straight through the mountain.
There's nothing clean about this area.
Well, dirty cut then.
That sounds worse.
Dirty
cut.
Dirty cuts
Me too,
hurt worse
Chewie.
too.
There may be only one entrance and one exit to the Great Cut, but there's something very different. Like we said, the things that we saw last time, they're not here. Those gargoyles certainly were not there. There haven't been any turns. No little cracks, no little breakaways. Oh, no, we already tested that. I'm not asleep. Sigrun, can I pinch you again? Just to be sure.
You can pinch
I would
me.
prefer that you wouldn't.
Oh, well, fine.
Varys walks up to the sheer side, one of the sides, and puts his hand on the wall and is just kind of like, I don't think that he would necessarily be able to feel much about it, but kind of like checking, like, is this place just alive? Like, does it change?
Ooh, roll me. Let me look at your sheet really quick. Roll me and let's go with nature. That one works. There tons of different roles could have worked for this, but you are proficient in nature. Okay. So you put your hand up to the stone and you feel this. There definitely is some sort of like thrum to the rock itself. It doesn't necessarily feel like rhythmic of any sort. It just kind of feels like every once in a while it like thrums very, very faintly. You could surmise that it might be alive in some way. In like some weird sense.
Illithin, come here. Can you feel
doesn't
this?
Feel unnatural.
There's almost like a vibration to it.
Walk over and put my hand where Varys is directing.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it.
Is it like rhythmic in any way, or
no?
is it
It's
just constant.
It's kind of constant, but it'll happen like maybe twice, and then it'll fade away, and then happen again once, and then there's no specific pattern. It just seems to be happening.
I don't know if that's natural or what that is.
The way it's doing it, it's kind of unsettling because it doesn't. The rock itself feels natural, but the way that the thrumming doesn't feel natural, and it's this weird juxtaposition.
Like this. Nope. I'm going to stand there for a solid minute, and I'm going to cast Identify on the rock.
Okay. You cast Identify on the rock. It is rock.
Definitely stone. No spells affecting it. Not magical. If I move my hand around in different places, like, is the thrumming, like, is it omnipresent or is it like directional?
It just seems to be kind of all over.
Yeah, Varys actually like gets down on his hands and knees and like feels the ground to see if he can feel it in the ground as well.
Yes, you can feel it in the ground as well. You kind of have to put your head down into the mist, and it's kind of cold and doesn't feel great. But you put your ear to the ground as well, and it's there as well.
The whole place is just reverberating. It's unsettling now.
How would we have slept without noticing that? Maybe we're all laying on the ground, let's be honest.
I mean, Ildrath does snore, so maybe his snoring kind of made us not feel it? I don't know, maybe.
Sometimes when you're hyper aware of other things, you're kind of blind to other things. So if you're hyper aware of danger around you, you might not be thinking of, is the rock humming or, whatnot.
Fair. No, more or less what I was going for is I was wondering if this is just happening here, or if it was also happening back where we camped.
Oh, I mean, we could go back and check.
I'm gonna say
that's a terrible
no.
idea.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Just
I
curious.
could fly back on horse and check.
Varys
No,
actually like
I think
looks
that's a
back
good idea.
down the cut to make sure that like that mist creature is not coming up into vision.
Roll me perception. Every once in a while, the mist kind of... You do not. Every once in a while, the mist kind of, like, twirls upwards in, like, a tendril, and then back down. It kind of freaks you out a little bit, but you don't see the mist creature itself.
Well, Definitely something going on. No, not magic. Doesn't feel like a heartbeat. It's just stone. It's strange. I'm at a loss.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is either. And Varys like walks back towards his horse and kind of like rubs his hand down the side, like comforting the horse, and then grabs the reins and just walks beside it and says, "I think we should still keep moving, even if it is slow," and kind of like leads the horse.
Do you want me to try to glean anything from the rock?
Oh, I was just going to take a little sample of it. It's interesting, if nothing else. And Ilfin will take out her dagger and just start, like, kind of using the heel of her hand to try to chip away a little bit of rock.
Yeah, easy enough. That's it's very shale-like, so it chips away pretty easily.
Oh, yeah. Is it still, like, thrumming the piece that came off?
Nope.
Interesting.
If you'd like to try, Orpheus, I don't see any reason not to. Perhaps you can see something that Illithin and I didn't.
Okay. You're not gonna freak out again if I do, are you?
No.
Illithin's starting to look a little bit embarrassed and a little ashamed of her reaction. She shakes her head no.
Well, okay. I don't want to like scare you guys and make you guys hate me.
Oh, darling, no, we don't hate you. Well, sometimes people just get a little unsettled, that's all.
Well, maybe I shouldn't then. I don't want to do that.
No, it's part of life. Sometimes I find Kulog unsettling in the morning. Just the way things go.
If I had to look at me in the morning as well, I'd probably think the same.
It's more the hands and the trousers that get me.
Gotta keep my fingers warm so that way I can use absolution at a moment's notice.
I thought he looked pretty good in the morning.
Wait a minute.
I mean, you all look good in the morning. You're all very pretty people.
Orpheus, I think what we're trying to say is don't be afraid of the gifts that you have.
Oh, it's less the gifts that I'm afraid of and more the reactions around me, since you were kind of spacing out the other day when I was explaining, and that's okay. But people tend to covet my abilities, and sometimes the people that tend to covet them are very mean. And the people I was with before this were not very nice to me at all. And you guys are really nice, and I just don't want you guys back in my town, when I was younger. I mean, I'm pretty young now, but when I was younger, I'd have people throw things at me. I got hit in the head once with a rock. It was pretty big. I was concussed for a little while. That wasn't fun.
Going to be okay. I don't think anybody here is going to take judgment at you.
Orpheus, dear, we're not... Unless you give us a very, very good reason by doing something very, very bad, we're not going anywhere. And we're not going to turn on you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that you were. I don't think you guys are gonna, like, hurt me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined you. I don't want to make you guys uncomfortable. You know what I mean? You guys are my first friends, so I cherish that.
No, it's okay.
To put your mind at ease, I don't think any one of us will hurt you for you using your gift, or we'll never use you for your gift.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't think you were anyway. I'm sorry if there's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. Okay. Well, I'm going to do what I said I was going to do and attempt to see what I can see. Wish me luck.
Good luck, buddy.
He traces something in the dirt. You can't really see it with the mist that keeps rolling over. But he traces something with his foot in the dirt, and then he stands on the spot. and he puts both hands on the rock and mutters something underneath his breath, and then puts his forehead against the rock as well. There's a few moments of nothing, and when you just about think that nothing's about to happen, Orphinius gasps loudly. That kind of startles you all, and he stumbles backwards and falls flat on his back, and he kind of disappears under the mist a little bit.
I rush over and help him up onto his feet.
As you reach down to like pull him up, he is completely limp.
I pick him up.
Okay, yeah, he's out. He is unconscious. He definitely saw something,
And he fainted.
Yep.
What the hell does that mean? I'll go over and just like check his forehead. Make sure she still has a pulse.
Yeah,
Make sure
he's still
medically okay.
Go ahead and give you a medicine check.
I'll help.
Okay, with advantage.
This is gonna be wonderful. Well, I'm not terrible at medicine.
Oh yeah, easy enough. You check for a pulse. He definitely has one. It is a little elevated because his heart rate's beating really quickly. He's a little clammy, and you can see like beads of sweat formed on his forehead and around his temple and neck and stuff. And it seems like he's got like almost like a fever.
I'll take
Matrix,
one.
you saw that blanket.
I do. I'll take it out, wrap him up into it, and then kind of like do the whole like the light pat on his face to see if I can get him to wake up.
Okay. You gently pat him on the face. There's no reaction.
Poor
A little
thing.
bit of water out of my water skin and onto his face.
So he definitely seems to relax a little bit with you like pouring cool water on his face, but there's still no reaction of him waking up. Horace comes over and kind of very concerned nuzzles Orphinius.
I pat Horace and on the head.
Poor thing, he's probably exhausted himself. Well, now what do? We tie him to Horace? Can you... How do we do this? Do we wait?
Horace turns his head towards one of the little like saddlebags that Orphinius had yoinked from one of the bandits.
He does
Kind
weigh practically nothing.
Nuzzles the bag. Atrix, you're standing up close. Both of you are, and you see there's rope attached to the side of the saddle.
I'll investigate what's inside of it.
It's the rope. The horse is trying to
Okay.
point to.
I grab the rope and, over the next couple minutes, try to tie him to Horace, and not too tight to make it like so it can't breathe, but tight
Ver-
enough to where he
ver-
won't move.
Varys walks up and like puts his hand out to like pet Horace's like snout, I guess, to like make sure that it's okay, and says maybe we can put him up on Horace and I'll ride with him to make sure he doesn't fall.
Horace gives a affirmative snort, kind of nuzzles your nose a little bit. He's a very, very smart Pegasus.
Good. And Varys like climbs up and mounts on horse. See if we can slide Orphinius up here, like in front of Varys. Like he'll scoot back a little bit so that he can make sure he can hold like Orphinius between his arms while he's got Horace's reins.
Yeah. Horace kind of kneels down a little bit to make it easier for you guys to get Orphinius up.
After helping getting Orphinius up there, Varys hopping on, I'll take a step back and kind of, to lighten the mood, I'll go, that horse suits you, Varys. We might have to get you one soon.
Ha! Don't know where exactly we find a Pegasus, but certainly wouldn't turn that down.
Horace the Pegasus. I thought it was a clever play on words.
Yeah, it was.
Hmm. Well, we still know nothing about this, and the walls are more or less alive.
We
The
should
floor
totally get out of here.
included.
Let's go.
Okay. Getting Orphinius all strapped in, and with Horace's help and the party, you guys are able to get that sorted and continue on. You guys continue on for the remainder of the what you assume is probably the rest of the day, at a quickened pace, but not enough to like exhaust your horses. You do know, based on travel through here before, that you don't have much left to do. Maybe about another day or maybe a half day, depending on your pace that you guys went at this point. Left of travel to go.
Damn, how far did we go when we were booking it away from the mist monster?
You guys went pretty far. You guys were traveling at essentially like as fast as you go a forced march, freaking double dashing and all that bullshit. The Great Cut itself is roughly 3 days, depending. It's technically like 2.5 days. It's just a lot easier to round up to 3. Can I have everybody roll me? We're just gonna make this simple. Can you roll me your perception checks for all your watches tonight? All right, thank you.
Do you want Varys and I to roll twice or just once?
Just once is fine.
Okay.
We'll make things simple for this. You guys get camp situated and set up. Laying out your traps for the evening. A little bit more on edge, some of you, for knowing that Orpheus is a little bit of a powerhouse in combat and suddenly not having that powerhouse in combat. By the time you guys set up camp and get things sorted, he is still passed out. You guys try shaking him awake every once in a while, and there's just no reaction.
Is he Verso like check to see if like he's running a fever or anything, or his color changed, or?
He definitely looks a little bit more pale than before. He's not necessarily running a fever, but he does have a little bit of a cold sweat every once in a while. Less feverish and more clammy.
I don't know what to do for him. Does he seem like, is there any other sign of like sickness or illness? Like, is his pallor changed or?
Yeah, he's definitely more pale. He's it's kind of hard to tell because he looked sickly before, but he definitely has lost some color. It looks to you like he's lost a little bit of his luster.
Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but hear me out. I'm gonna like lift up just like his upper lip and look at his gums.
Okay.
And kind of like press my finger against one of his gums.
Okay. You do that. There's not that much. His gums definitely look a little bit not so pink. I get what you're going for.
I wonder if he has a blood disorder of some kind. And malnutrition. We knew he hadn't eaten very much before we met him, but for it to strike that suddenly.
Could the rock have taken some of his life form from him? Is that possible?
I mean, I don't. I mean, I touched it. Varys touched it. Varys, you don't feel any different, do you?
No, but I don't think either of us touched it in quite the way that he did.
Well, no, not the same way, but. No.
Even though it doesn't seem like it's actual injury, I'm going to cast Healing Word on him to see if it has any effect.
You cast as you attempt to use this holy magic on him. You get a sense that it's being resisted. It's working, but not fully.
So after doing that, just like something was like resisting my spell. It
Resisting your spell. Resisting
worked, but it was like there was something interfering.
So what? But that's healing magic. I mean, what would?
I mean,
I'm going to try casting guidance on him.
Okay.
Just to see if it has the same like interference, I guess.
It does.
That
it-
one too.
possible that the cut has taken him the same way the vines in the witchwood took all of us.
Maybe.
Might have. Illithan, how did you wake us up from that again?
I used a bit of the shade lily. I made it into a tea, and then I woke up and I don't know, I smacked you all around for a bit.
That was the fake shade lily, though, from the witchwood's visions.
Right. Yes, that's how I woke myself up, but I need to wake you all up. I just kind of, slapped you around a bit. I did try yelling first.
If I remember correctly, we heard the yelling and then proceeded to be slapped.
Well, I was running out of ideas.
I mean, we
It's like willow reeds. It's not like it hurt.
tried to lightly slap him, but if he can hear us, we can tell him that we're going to hit him a little harder to try to get him awake. Try it again.
What if he can't wake up and we just hurt him?
I'm willing to pay the price if it's something that gets him awake, and if it doesn't, then we apologize for it later when we do get him awake.
I don't know. Have I ever seen, like, being quote unquote from like a swampy, marshy area? Can I think of any like diseases or anything that may cause these kind of symptoms?
Oh, there's tons of diseases.
Or
Roll me an Arcana check, actually.
being around people, the types of people that I was, curses?
I will say advantage with your background.
Yeah.
Okay. You get a sense this is less medical related, as you're kind of like giving him the once over and thinking real hard. And you're sitting there thinking to yourself, and if it's resisting magic and he's not waking up, it's possible it could be a curse.
Oh, dear boy. I will relay that to the party. I don't think he's sick, so to speak. I think he's being infected by, I don't know, something magical. A curse, maybe? A curse from a stone wall, though. I don't understand. I can't do anything for that. Just anyone.
Well, I mean, consider everything that we've seen going through here and the vibrations from the walls. Not surprised if the entire place is cursed.
Yes, but I didn't pick up any magic from the walls.
It sounds like he connects a bit more deeply than, well, any of us to everything.
Fair. Well,
Probably best if we get some rest and start early, and maybe somebody in Ardengard can help him.
before we go back to Ardengard, we were supposed to stop at the Lake of Lights, right? We could go there first, and we do have the Shade Lily.
Perhaps the Duke could do something then.
Right, but I'm thinking, one flower is typically you can stretch it a bit. The book that I have said you could make it into a tea or a poultice, various options. So maybe we can get him to the Duke's home and, two birds, one stone.
Certainly closer than Ardengard.
We should be able to look for more shade lilies just in case.
I couldn't
Been
find
looking
anything
at-
last night.
They are
No.
rare.
Yeah, nor could I.
Well, we'll just have to be on extra lookout then.
Didn't the Duke say that he was a very powerful wizard in the first place? I wonder if we give the Duke the Shade Lily, maybe he can heal for Phineas.
Well, what if we give the Duke the shade lily and he just takes it?
I felt like the Duke would be a man of his word.
A walrus
But
of
you
his
are
word.
right. We don't know him very well.
We don't know any of them very well. That's the problem.
Well, we haven't left the Great Cut yet, right?
Nope. You guys probably have like a half-day travel left before you're out.
Well, I say we can just get the fuck out of this place and decide later. I've seen far too many things that have terrified me, and I don't scare easily.
Don't disagree there.
Well then, let's everybody try to get some rest. We'll wake you for the watches.
Yeah, I was just about to suggest, do we want to just push through the night, rest once we leave? It'll be rough, but it might be worth it.
Yeah, I think it's worth it too. Rest once we get out of the Great Cut.
Definitely
Caleb.
sleep better outside
I agree.
of these stone cage walls.
I am certainly not opposed to it.
Did we find any, water for the horses?
Yeah, there's a stream that flows through
Okay.
the Great Cut.
Right.
Water is thankfully not an issue.
We could give the horses just a little bit to get their feet back under them and push on. It's a little short break.
I'll go over to Horace and kind of try to do my best to tell him that our plan is to push through the night and sleep once we're out.
Bobs his head up and down in acknowledgement and kind of stamps his feet like he's ready.
Everybody make sure to eat at least something a little small, keep your energy about you.
Okay. So you guys spend the evening or spend the next few minutes taking a light snack, stealing yourselves away, and you pack the camp back up. After coming to the conclusion of pressing forward, go ahead and give yourselves all 1 level of exhaustion, please, as you guys push forward. Thankfully, nothing really seems to bother you anymore. Oh, cool. I can actually, when I go to move the token, it actually snaps to the 24 miles and then the 48 miles. Fuck yeah. Put you guys the...
It's almost like she added that module
I
and then
did!
forgot about it.
I did. You guys make it to the exit of the Grand Cut finally, or the Great Cut. You stumble on out, all tired and exhausted, but safe for the most part. Let me fix the calendar really quick and add the note. Orphan. Let's see, Orphe. Dungeon Ball, player visible. Save note, and next day. Okay. But you guys do manage to make it out of the cut, and where you know that the director had put up camp recently, the first time you guys went through, the spot is still there, but he's obviously not there. But the campsite itself is there. The stone little fire pit that he had built, and the general area that he had sweeped out is still relatively there and free for use.
Oh, good. Something familiar.
Been a while since we've seen this side of the mountain.
Let's never go back there. Into, the cut. Let's not do that again.
Agreed.
It's less than fun.
I have a lot more respect for you all for going through there twice. Gone through there once, and I will never go back through again.
Oh, you made it through once. He'll be fine. Hop down and start gathering up stuff for a fire.
Varys kind of checks on Arphinius before carefully hopping off a Horus.
Yeah, he's pretty much the same.
I'll help.
Not any worse, not any better.
I'll help Orphinius off of Horus, and then kind of motion Horus to like lay down, so we can put Orphinius in like laying against Horus while we get the camp set up.
Yeah, he do that. He does that, and he kind of covers Orphinius with his wing.
While everybody else is doing that, I believe Kulog will go scavenge for some food.
Okay, go ahead and give me your survival check. I will prompt you guys for a long rest since you guys are about to be taking that. Okay, 15. For that, you do manage to grab... Where is the thing? You do manage to... Where the fuck is the thing? There it is. 15. Rounded up. Managed to get 4 rations. What? That seems low. Hold on. Let me double check.
Since we took a long rest, do we get rid of the exhaustion? Never mind, it got rid of its on its own.
Yeah, it's automatic,
Carry
yeah.
on.
Huh, yeah. 4 rations, I guess. That seems really low.
For a 15?
Yeah. I rounded up to 16
Really?
because it goes on evens.
Oh, okay. Huh. I guess any time that we've done it, like an 18 or more, has been like 5 or 6. So
Yeah.
we
I guess that
usually
makes
get
sense.
2 people that search for rations. So makes sense.
What did you say you were doing, Atrix? Sorry, I replied to you, but my brain didn't.
I helped Orphinius off of Horus and
Okay.
like set him on. He covered him with his wing, and I go to help Illithin kind of set up camp.
Yeah, easy enough. You guys do know that this spot is relatively safe. Not many things do come this close to the cut. So if you would all like to rest, I will just let you guys know that you guys could rest safely through the night.
Can we do our
Or-
downtime activity?
Yeah, if you'd like to. Disadvantage because you are exhausted for anything that requires like actual activity other than, like the speaking stuff that Kulog and Yildrat have.
Damn it! I can't remember the last time I passed a downtime activity roll.
Damn.
Nothing.
You get nothing.
It's rough, buddy.
Toot toot.
The fucking train. It gets me every time. Okay. You guys do manage to eventually wake up around let's see, it was time we do the math here. We'll say just to make it so you guys still have daylight to do things. We'll say you wake up around noonish. A little bit later than what you guys would like to get started, but you still have plenty of daylight left in the day. You guys all got restful sleep. Go ahead and take your exhaustions off if you haven't.
I believe it does.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think the long rest automatically removed it.
Okay. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, and I never know when that's actually like properly working or when it's not.
It did not prompt Ildrath for his exhaustion to go down, but I did it manually.
Yeah, because
that's
he's
fine.
not technically a player.
Correct.
Yeah, so you'll have to do that manually for him.
That is fine by me.
I think
I
you'll
would
also
like to make
manually have
lunch.
do Okay.
I will help with some of my spices and stuff.
All right. Go ahead and roll me your survival advantage. Fucking rough. Goddamn.
I would like to use my DM inspiration.
Okay. Yeah,
There
much
we go.
better.
Much better.
To represent that DM inspiration, hold on.
Uh-huh.
I give you access to 2 gallons of mayonnaise to add to whatever you're making.
Oh.
Perfect.
What the fuck?
Cover up the terrible taste. and
Oh,
we just
that's
have
right.
mayonnaise.
He wasn't here.
I have
You
an
guys have an
alchemy
alchemy
joke.
job now.
Wait,
I'm not
we
super
have an
crazy.
Okay.
An alchemy jug that can make certain liquids, and one of them is mayonnaise, and it produces 2 gallons of mayonnaise.
At a time? Jesus.
Yep.
I believe once
That
per day,
per-
right?
Yeah, once per day you can pick the liquid. So, like,
Right.
if there wasn't a stream, this thing can produce 8 gallons of fresh water a day, a gallon of wine, a quart of oil, 8 ounces of acid, bunch of other stuff. But 2 gallons of mayonnaise is the important one for this.
Pocket sand.
You do
All
have
right.
your pocket sand.
Or 2
I
gallons
sure
of vinegar.
do.
All right, Kulog, don't make it too spicy.
Can't add any milk, dude.
So, you guys have your choice after your breakfast and whatnot. Will you be heading straight to Ardengard and attempt to take him to the church for healing, or will you attempt to go to and find Duke Archibald?
Can't see the world map, but I'm trying to remember
Oh.
the relative distance. I would say go to the Lake of Lights first.
There's
It's kind of
not
almost on the
200
way.
200 miles to the lake, straight shot. So 200 miles to the lake, or 270-ish to the city.
yeah, it's not much different.
It would be like 2 days. One if we push it.
I would say the Lake of Lights because either way, if we want to help Duke Archibald out, we're gonna have to come back anyway. For the sake of linear movement, that would be my vote.
That sounds fine to me.
Yeah. Lake then
I
city.
agree. Because
Okay.
I mean, it's on our way.
Keeping in mind what you guys were told last time you went through this little forest area, you guys had to decide to follow the river instead. knowing now that there is werewolves in this forest, and also somebody called, I think, what the fuck, the lady or something. I don't remember. I have it in my notes somewhere.
Yeah, the lady. The one that even the werewolves didn't like.
Give me perception checks for this leg of the journey, please.
How fast is Horus?
He's a little
'Cause
bit
I know
faster than
yeah.
a normal horse. It depends. Let me open his sheet really quick.
Because he can fly, which, well, I mean, he's just faster going through like forest and stuff anyway.
Yeah, so he can fly at a speed of 90, and his normal speed is 60 for walking.
Would we be able to? Can he? Like you said, he was smart. Can he understand us when we tell him to do things?
Yeah.
Yeah, he,
Would we be
he
able
can
to?
understand common, but can't speak it. I assume.
Would we be able to tell him to fly to the Lake of Lights?
Yeah, so he knows Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Sylvan.
I whichever ones we've actually heard Orpheus use is the only one I have any reason to assume he understands. But yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is like one of us and Orpheus could go at what is that? Almost double the speed that we'd be going by our horses.
And then the rest of us could follow on the other horse on horseback.
Yeah.
I'd say since Varys has been riding Horus, then send Varys and Orpheus on Horus to the Lake of Lights, and then we push through.
Ferris or Illithin would be
Yeah.
ones I'd say. If you guys want to. The whole splitting the group thing.
Uh-huh.
I don't like that.
You guys.
My vote would be sending Illithin because of the relationship between the two.
Eltha's also physically the weakest, should anything happen if she gets caught by herself.
I'm not opposed to doing it, but if one of us goes, we're gonna need the Kulog. Do you still have the scroll case with the Shade Lily?
I do,
have it
yes.
in my bag.
Oh, it's in the bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in the bag. Sigurd's lovely sack.
I love it.
So we send Varys with Orpheus, and we follow as quick as we can behind them.
You should only arrive a few hours after.
It would be like a full day or two, wouldn't it?
If they're flying the whole way, yeah, it'd be like 2.1 times. But
Which I guess asking Horus, are you able to fly? Or let's see how long would it take you to fly them 200-ish miles?
Let me do the math really quick.
If he figures it out and he just does tappies, how long, how many hours it takes.
I was expecting that, or like drawing with a hoof or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
how many feet are in a mile? 3,000.
5,000 something.
At least 2.
He taps his foot once, and
One day?
he beats his wings really quickly, and you kind of get a sense that he'd be doing it at haste.
So one day dashing, essentially.
Yeah. He's willing to exhaust
And-
himself to get Orpheus to where he needs to be.
Yeah, he's aware of
And
the situation.
200 miles, that's like 4-ish days by horse without dashing. So bare minimum, it's a full day if both of us.
3.5, almost 3.5 days.
Yeah.
Not dashing. If you guys did dash, it would only take you 1.5 days. So you guys would only be a half day away.
I like the idea of dashing. We already we exhausted ourselves last time.
No, we exhausted our horses.
True. Well, no, I guess we got exhaustion from doing it through the day.
Yeah, that's just because we stayed awake. But yeah, if you want to do that, Varys,
Dashing through the river.
and worst case, if you get there and Duke Archibald can't help, then you can already be on your way to Ardengard before we get there.
I'll be fine. I can do it. We'll just have to actually find the Duke once I get there.
Hopefully, from the air, you'll have a better, sight of
Vantage
wherever
point.
it is.
True.
Okay, bye to you too again.
Probably has to go tend to his thumb.
Are you so you guys have decided then you're sending Varys with Orphinius and on Horus?
Horace, you think this is a good idea?
He nods.
I will take the scroll case that has the Shade Lily and hand it to Varys. Ilthin, do you have that book? Just on the off chance that it's useful information.
Well, of course I do. It's very useful information. She'll grab it out of her bag. Here.
And hopefully I don't need it, but I do have this. And Varys reaches into his quiver and just half unsheaths the one silvered arrow that he has.
If you're in the air, you hopefully shouldn't encounter anything that needs that. Horace, Varys knows at least roughly where you're going. But
Horus nods and looks back at you, Varys, and looks at Orphinius and the rest of you, and kind of waiting for you guys all to say your goodbyes and do your stuff. And he's kind of antsy and ready to go.
Yeah, Varys tries to quickly tie himself and Orphinius to whatever I can on Horus. Although I'm sure that
spend a couple minutes double checking.
Yeah, Horus is going to be careful about how he flies, even though we are in a hurry.
Yeah. Okay.
Well then,
as soon
I will
as
see you all at the Lake of Lights.
Literally, before you're even barely able to finish that sentence, Horus books it. He takes a running off, and you're like, "See all the lights!"
See you all the Lake of Lights.
He goes probably faster than you've ever been on any sort of creature, and he quickly starts beating his powerful wings, very excited to finally take flight. And taking that running gallop before he kind of kicks off and jumps into the air, and you hear the whoof, whoof of his wings as it kind of flaps and guys soar off into the sky, up, 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 and you guys all see is he's gone, well into the distance within seconds.
Remind me to ask for a ride when we get back to where we're going, because that looks fun.
Well, we should probably follow them.
Okay.
And start mounting up on the horse.
Varys, you on Horus through the course of the rest of the day, you guys push forward towards the Lake of Lights, and Horus circles around a little bit, and you kind of pinpoint, kind of giving directions and pointing to where you guys were told that Archibald had taken up a residence, if you will. And after casing it around a little bit, it takes a while because now it's starting to get towards low light. But between you both, can you zoom in, Panda, or not Panda? Chewy. Thank you. It takes you a moment, but you are able to finally locate what looks to be a stick, a very makeshift stick hut of sorts. And it looks like there has been rocks that have been laid around to create some sort of uh, almost looks kind of like a rock garden. There's logs that have been placed up on top of uh, stones to create kind of like a chair, like a raised platform to sit on. And you do see Duke Archibald. He's currently using his mage hand to move rocks around. He does not seem to be aware of you at the moment.
Varys points. Horace, down there.
Okay.
After having
Uh,
like the most exhilarating experience of his life flying on the back of a Pegasus.
Horace nosedives down. You kind of have to grip onto Horace's mane, and it is you get like that feeling of your stomach rising into your throat a little bit, and that like weightless feeling. It's very interesting. But Horace eventually swoops down and kind of comes to a running stop, and then turns around and goes up to this giant freaking walrus who has a little bow tie on and a little top hat that he keeps attached with a little like chin strap. And he takes a moment and like readies his like flippers essentially to attack, and then he realizes that it's you, Varys, and he remembers you, and he goes, "Oh, well, I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. I'm surprised you found me."
Yes, well, it was quite easy from the air. This is definitely one amazing specimen of a creature, and he kind of like pats Horace. I hope I'm finding you well.
Oh, yeah, I have been better, of course, but it's not terrible. Where's the rest of your friend group? Are they following behind? I don't. Did they also come in such a grand entrance?
Yes, well, maybe not in the same grand entrance, but I was sent out ahead. We have you see our friend here, Orphenius, is fallen ill. We believe it's due to magical circumstances, and and he like grabs the scroll case. And we found a shade lily, so we thought it might help not just you, but him as well. I'm hoping that you know how to mix something up with it for the both of you.
Oh, well, nobody knows how to mix the shade lilies. It's going to be a learning experience. But come, let's get him inside my little hut, if you will. And he's going to need a place to rest, and I'm going to need your hands.
Yes, absolutely. And Varys like dismounts and is careful to make sure that Orphenius doesn't fall off, and kind of leads Horace as close as we can get to the hut to start like taking Orphenius down off the saddle and get him situated, and hands the carries the scroll case with him. He can't exactly hand it to the Duke. I think he probably like goes to hand it out and immediately realizes, wait, he can't really carry that, and like shoves it under his arm.
As you go to shove it under your arm, a mage hand floats out and grabs the case.
Oh, well.
I still have some magic.
Yes.
But I can't really help with getting the boy down. I'm all flippers, if you will. I'm funny. Come, we'll see what we can do.
Yes. And so he grabs Orphenius and follows the Duke.
I'm all flippers.
The hut is super freaking basic. It's literally just stones and sticks that have been kind of propped up, and the actual like laying down area looks to have been like grass that he's ripped up over time. Who'd we lose?
The bot.
Oh. Grass that he's like ripped up with his mage hand the best that he could, and like kind of slowly over time been building up this little like bed essentially. It's fairly large for, because it has to be for his size, so it's easy enough for you and Orphenius to get inside, no problem. Do you happen to have any like bowls or cups of sort? Unfortunately, I don't quite have my my utensils with me. Not that I need them right now.
Let me see. And Varys like starts going through his bag.
I did make this fork, though. And he holds up this, like, twig that's been kind of, like, snapped to be, like, a makeshift fork.
Bears like quickly glances at him holding it up and then goes back to digging through his bag. He says, I've got this mess kit here. I've got maybe a few things that might work. There's a small bowl here.
Oh, perfect, perfect.
Oh, there's a cup
So
as
I'm
well.
going- Oh, that's perfect. I'm going to need you to boil some water and, well, we can try it in a tea form. You're going to want to smash the. First, you take the petals and don't put the seed pods in.
No seats, got it. Let me get a fire started so that we can boil this.
As you start making the little fireplace, he uses his flippers to cast essentially like a, a burning hands, more or less. Burning flippers, as it's called for him, to light the fire. Of all the abilities of magic that I still have at my disposal.
Well, yes, that's convenient. I guess that works as well too. A lot easier than trying to start an actual fire. So let me get and Varys grabs like I think I've got a cooking pan or something in the there's a cooking pan in the mess kit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have the basic stuff for getting some water boiling.
Yeah.
One way or the other.
Get some water boiling. Probably start carefully putting like the shade lily leaves in the bowl. I don't know if I have like a mortar and pestle type, like something that I can use to crush it. Maybe like the back of a wooden stake or a stick or something.
Yeah, it's easy enough. There's rocks. There's the pommel of your like dagger and stuff, and there are tons of things you could be using for this.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make me a just sleight of hand check.
I would imagine the bardic inspiration probably fell off since that's only 10 minutes.
Yeah, correct.
How do I do it without the bardic inspiration?
Oh, I didn't mean to actually do that.
Okay. Easy enough. With the Duke giving you instruction and guiding you, he instructs you to very carefully remove the seed pods so that the liquid they don't start oozing, and very carefully open up the actual like petal part of the flower and put it inside and start crushing it up. Once it's crushed up, he has you add it to the hot water and let it steep and boil, and then strain it out into the cup.
Okay.
It has this strange, it almost smells kind of lemony.
Actually doesn't smell too bad. I think it looks like it's ready.
You're going to want to give him the whole dose just in case.
What about you though?
I'm an old man by now, and I can always find other means for getting back to myself. Worst case scenario, I find somebody else to find another shade lily.
Very well. We might be able to find another one for you as well. And he carefully takes the cup and like blows on it to make sure it's not too hot.
Mm-hmm.
And like holds the back of Orphanius's head to try to like force drink him the concoction.
Yeah, it takes a little bit and a little bit dribbles out, but eventually you get all of it, enough of it down. And at first you don't really see any sort of reaction, not that it's like working. And the Duke kind of looks over and goes,
I don't think it's doing anything.
maybe we prepared it wrong? I was always told that the tea is probably the best way to do it. I mean, did hear of one wizard that snorted it, but I don't think that's appropriate.
Maybe you can give him a quick once over and see if maybe you can see what might be wrong with him.
Oh, sure, let me see. And he kind of hobbles over and he pats him with his flippers, and it's very awkward looking and kind of weird. And as the Duke is patting him down, Orphinius kind of jolts and he sits up and starts sputtering. And the Duke goes, "Oh! Oh, boy, you scared me."
It's okay. Orphinius, are you okay?
Orphinius takes a moment to like gather what's going on. He sees this giant walrus, and he just it's a flurry of emotions that quickly pass through his eyes of what the hell, where am I, what is this thing, what's going on,
It's
this thing's
okay.
kind of cool.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm here. Varys is here with you.
He looks around, he sees you, and then he looks around again for everybody else. What happened? Where?
We're at the Lake of
Oh,
Lights. This is
Ugh.
Duke Archibald. I'm sorry, I would imagine that doesn't taste very well.
No, it tastes. It tastes like how rotting meat smells.
Oh, that's awful.
Ew.
Ugh. He like gags a little bit and trying to like rubs his tongue a little bit.
Sorry, that's not what it smelled like when we were preparing it. But at least we have you back and conscious again.
What happened?
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to ask you. You were looking at the walls of the cut and just fainted.
As you tell him that he was looking at the walls of the cut, you watch as the color immediately drains from his face, and he kind of like stares down at the ground.
Hey, it's okay. And like Varys probably has like one hand like on the back of his wrist and one hand on his shoulder, trying to like calm him and be comforting. We don't have to talk about it right now. I'm just glad that we've got you back.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. You didn't have to go through all that trouble for me.
Well, Horace certainly wanted to as well. And he looks over at the Pegasus.
Yeah, Horace is like prancing in place a little bit, kind of antsy, and as soon as Orphinius kind of gives him the attention finally, he immediately comes over, like nuzzles him, and like kind of leans down a little bit and forces his head under Orphinius's arm and makes Orphinius laugh a little bit and give him little pats.
We're
Aww.
actually at the Lake of Lights now. Horace flew the both of us here so that we could meet the Duke and
long
use
was
the
I
Shade
out?
Lily to bring you back. It's been... How long has it been? Like 2 days?
Yeah, like 2.5 days,
Yeah. It's
roughly,
been-
maybe.
A little more than 2 days?
Wow. Okay. Well, I've never been this side of the mountains before.
Oh. Well, I mean, everybody else should be here shortly. The city is to the south, but we should be okay for now. We're just gonna wait here for everyone else to show up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Giant Creature, sir. And Archibald kind of lifts his hat a little bit with his mage hand, and it kind of pulls on the slightly stretchy strap, essentially, and then he sets it back down. Oh, it was my pleasure, Duke Archibald.
Duke, it actually worked. The tea.
It did indeed. I'm glad to see that, and I'll have to write that in my notes sometime in the future.
How are you feeling, Orphinius? Your color was fading, and we were worried about you. That's why we decided to have me fly you on Horace over to here to see if the Duke could do something.
Oh, well, aside of an upset stomach, and the nasty taste in my mouth. I'm not too bad. I'm kind of tired though, and I don't know. There's some like a weird lingering feeling.
Well, here, have some water, and he hands him his water skin. Have some water and try to wash that taste out of your mouth.
Oh, thank you. And he'll take it and take a few sips. Oh, that's much better.
Good. Duke Archibald, I can't thank you enough for walking me through making that for Phineas. We'll certainly have to
My
find another
pleasure.
shade lily for you.
If you can't, it's not a entirely big deal. I'm sure I can find something. Worst case scenario, I do what I was originally going to do and make my way towards the city.
You're planning to go to Ardengard then?
Oh, in due time, in due time.
Well, what time of day is it right now?
For you guys are at noon. Took you a whole day to get here. It would be about, shit. It'll be about same time next day,
Like
actually.
midday, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a bit exhausted from the overnight ride. Do you mind if I got a little rest while we wait for everybody else to show up?
Oh, be my guest. Not a whole lot of room, but make yourself at home if you'd like. I don't really have any tea or cookies or hospitality that I can really give you.
Oh, it's quite all right. I'll actually, I take a short little walk along the lakeside first.
Do be sure not to disturb the water too much.
Of course
There are
not.
creatures that live in the lake that I had a couple tussles with so far. But they're no match for these old flippers.
Of that I'm quite sure. Or Phineas, are you going to be okay?
Oh, I'll be okay. I think I'll just sit here and kind of rest a little bit. My legs they're feeling a little wobbly right now.
Okay, that's understandable. I think
If
I'm
you
gonna
need
go.
me though, holler for me and I'll come running as best I can. Or Horace will. Horace is a tough fighter too.
Horace is an amazing creature.
Horace gives a snort.
Well, I think I'm gonna go find a tree to sit under for a while.
Okay, have a nice little nap.
Thank you.
Over the course of your nap goes by very nicely. Orphanius kind of does the same, and he kind of just rests against Horace, who is very tired but trying to like keep a brave face, if you will. And the Duke just returns back to keeping a watch on you guys and going back to rearranging rocks. About let's see what time is it? About around 6 p.m. The rest of you guys finally start making your way into the Duke's area. And you see Orphanius kind of propped up and resting. The Duke is washing his flippers very carefully by the lakeside. And you see Varys is still taking a nap underneath a nearby tree.
Look, there they are.
Can Kulog actually like jump off the horse and sneak up behind Varys as he's napping, and just like
Sure.
play a prank on him and scare him awake?
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a stealth check. All right, Varys, roll me a perception check with disadvantage. Since you are technically sleeping. Okay. Yeah, meter beat. So, Varys, you do hear Kulog sneaking up. You're not entirely sure it's Kulog, though, but you definitely hear footsteps.
He doesn't open his eyes. He just goes, I can hear you.
Kulog like stands up. He's like, I was just coming over to get you. Just thought it'd be a little bit more fun to wake you up a fun way.
Oh, you've made it. Sneak up on me.
While he's doing
guess,
that, I'll take the horse over to Horace.
Okay.
After everything, I guess a good lighthearted prank isn't too far out of order.
We've had a lot of bad stuff happen to us recently, so a few laughs is kind of bound to happen, right?
Yes. And good news. The Shade Lily, we were able to make a tea with the Duke's help, and Orpheus is awake now.
That's amazing to hear.
Unfortunately,
Wow.
we had to give him the entire thing and left nothing for Duke. He insisted, though.
I don't know why I do this. While Kulog has Kulog has Varys distracted, I'm going to use the Grey Bag of Tricks.
Okay.
And-
If were you fucking
He
rolling
rolls a
badger
6.
again.
It's a badger.
A giant rat's
No.
going to come up behind Varys and scare the shit out of him.
Roll me. I don't have a stealth for a giant rat. I don't think I have that on here. No. Oh, I do. Roll me a d20 plus 2.
Me? Or
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Perception, please, Varys.
Oh boy.
28.
You have no idea that there's a giant rat sneaking up behind you.
Ah! What is that? Varys like tumbles forward and turns around.
I come up behind him from behind, reach out my fist for a fist bump to Kulog, and then go pet the rat.
Kulog fist bumps.
Oh, it's not so funny when it's you, is it? At least you weren't naked and bathing.
This
Naked and
rat
Bathing. What did you guys
is
do to
fucking
Illithid?
disgusting.
It's a disgusting ass rat.
It's not even that. Like normally, like you've seen city rats and stuff. They're kind of dirty. They're larger, but this rat is kind of gangly. It has a like elongated snout. Its whiskers are all kind of like curled up, like they've been singed. One of its eyes is kind of like bulging a little bit, and it's just like it looks fucking wrong.
But it's not harmful, right?
Oh no.
I just kind of like send it on its way after scaring Varys because I ain't fucking with it anymore because it's gross.
Yeah, he's like it's like breathing like it has asthma. It's like it like follows you around a little bit until you keep like trying to shoo it away. It still follows you around, but it keeps its distance.
Why aren't you fickle with relationships? Summon and then dismiss. How rude.
Well, when it looks like, I'll explain later when it's gone.
It's not all about the outside, Atrix. Looks can change.
Wow, that coming from Illithid. So that
Whatever
was
do
you
mean?
then, Atrix. And Varys like, not angrily, but like forcefully, like resheathes the dagger that he pulled quickly when he tumbled forward.
Is it morning? It's a nice nap.
There he is.
Oh, hello, everybody. Oh, its taste really does linger a little bit. Does anybody have any water I could borrow?
I have
Well,
some
I
water
guess
that you can
I don't-
have.
Yeah,
I wouldn't necessarily want it back.
Well, I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, but thankfully we're not desperate.
Everybody do mind the lake. The Duke has doubly assured me that there are creatures in there that we do not want to disturb.
I tipped my little flap hind flippers in the other day, and I got bit by a piranha. Horrible little nasty
Oh.
things. And he kind of like holds up his like tail flipper, and you can see that there is actually like a chunk bitten out of it.
When Varys hands or Phineas some water, I'm going to use a handy spice pouch to pull out some mint leaves
Oh.
and put it in the water to make it a little bit tastier to hopefully get that taste out of his mouth.
Oh, hell yeah. So you put the mint in and kind of muddle it a little bit in like a little cup, essentially. And he downs it and he goes, he swishes it around a little bit. Oh, that's much better. Thank you so much. That's so nice of you.
You are very welcome. And I'll rub his head like a little kid.
He just like beams.
Varys walks over to Illithin and kind of whispers in her ear, "Don't ask him about the wall yet. He's kind of hesitant to talk about it. He went pale when I asked him and reminded him because he didn't know what had happened."
Can I give a curious look but nod? Then? The Duke, how did he take all of this?
Well, the Duke was rather jovial about the whole situation. He seemed to be okay with using the entire Shade Lily concoction, insisting, since he's older now, and Varys kind of tries to imitate the Duke. It's like, he's older now, and
Strange he wasn't too old when he asked us.
well, he did insist that there are other ways that he can go about trying to transform himself back, whether finding another Shade Lily, or he did mention that he was planning on going to Ardengard.
Well, don't mind me. I'm just overly suspicious, that's all.
Quite right.
So, you got some rest? Kulog missed you, by the way.
Oh, I could tell.
You'd be surprised at how much he can pout.
It was a lonely ride
Well,
on that horse by myself.
you all certainly missed quite the exhilarating experience, riding on the back of Horus through the night sky. Can't say that I've ever experienced anything quite like it. It was simply amazing.
I actually meant to ask how was the ride, but might need to ask Horace for one myself just to kind of get a joyride for.
Horus is
Horus.
quite amazing, and he, like Varys, walks over to him and kind of gives him a pet while he's talking about him.
Horace kind of gives like a little smug, like, I know I'm amazing. Yeah, keep praising me. When you mention Atrix that you'd like a ride, Horace kind of kneels down a little bit and kind of looks at you.
I'll hop on and go for a ride if he's
Okay.
willing.
So you hop on and boom, off you go into the sky and through the night air, and it's a little chilly up higher up, but the view is astounding. In the distance, far in the distance, you can see the beautiful lights of Ardengard. Just a small little dot in the distance.
This is stunning. We'll ride it for like 10 minutes and then tell him to go back.
He does so, and he kind of dips across the lake a little bit and tilts a little bit and lets the tip of his feathers kind of skim the surface just gently, and then circles back and lands.
You're right, Varys. That was quite the experience.
None quite like it. Kulog, have you ever snuck rides on the back of Ildrath?
Kulog just like smirks and looks over at Ildrath really quick, and he says, "Maybe once or twice."
You sly.
I mean, to be fair, Varys, we did ride on the back of Ildrath in lava once, so
Well, that was more like surfing.
still exhilarating. One tip and we're dead.
A lot hotter, too.
Monka ass. Oh, well, will you be all joining me this evening and resting, or are you going to be heading out immediately?
Well, I would
We
like
need
to
some rest.
positively try to make a nice dinner now that everybody's here and not inside the dark, terrible, great cut anymore. Have a good dinner and get some rest together.
Well, I can definitely help if we want something to eat.
You see the rat, as soon as you mention food, kind of like scamper a little bit closer.
Oh, Jesus, I forgot that was here. I got myself. Damn it.
How many of us are there? Like eight,
There
nine?
are eight of you now? 9 of you, sorry.
Okay.
9 counting Ildrath
Duke,
and
yeah.
the Duke.
So, utilizing my wanderer background, Varys will go out and gather as much like fresh meat as he can for dinner.
Yeah.
Which is enough for myself and 5, but that's about the best that he can do.
Go ahead and give me your survival check with advantage since you are utilizing your feature, and we'll see how many like extra. One more.
Weird. I alt-clicked that and it didn't
Yeah,
roll.
I think it's broken with the new update.
Oh.
So yeah, you managed to get an extra total of 7 rations, so you guys have a little bit more for the journey as well. But you have plenty enough food for a nice meal. Yeah. Whoever is going to be taking care of cooking, go ahead and give me your survival checks with advantage as well.
I can do that if no one else wants to.
I was
Nope,
gonna
I got it.
suggest Sigourney. Oh, never mind, Atrix.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, it's a nice dinner tonight. Around the slightly larger than normal fire that the Duke kind of put together. Orpheus kind of helps a little bit by arranging various like logs and rocks in places for you guys to like sit down. And for the larger rocks, he kind of struggles and he's like, "Oh, it's so heavy." But he managed to get them in place. Whew! I did it. Okay, now we have a place to sit and eat.
Well, thank you very much for that.
Well, I mean, it's the least I could do.
You still feeling okay?
Um, you know, not the greatest, but not the worst either.
Well, as long as you're not awful, I suppose that's enough for me. If you need anything or you start to feel worse, you let one of us know.
Okay. You kind of get a sense that he doesn't really want to, and he's probably used to like keeping things like that to himself, but like that kind of sternness in your voice, he kind of like meekly agrees.
Yes, mommy.
This is really yummy food, thank you.
Yes, Atrix. This makes up for the breakfast the other day.
We don't talk about that. That was Ildrath's fart, remember?
Well,
Yes. I almost forgot. Ildrath, I'm glad you're feeling better, because whatever came out of your butt the other day, oh, man, am I glad it's gone.
I'm sure the fresh game certainly helps.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Duke Archibald, sir, for your help. And the Duke, who is currently in the process of using that makeshift fork that he made, having the mage hand bring the food up to his mouth, and he's still eating it as very politely as he can. Small little bites, and every once in a while he'll use his flipper to kind of like pat his mouth. Huh? Oh, of course, of course, dear child. There's no the youth is the future of tomorrow, as they say, apparently, and I've waited. I can continue to wait.
Duke, I can't help but remember. I could have sworn you said that you had tried everything that you could think of, even other mages to assist you, and the
Oh,
Shade
yes.
was your last hope.
Oh,
Have you-
no. The Shade Lily was one of the potentials. It's just I couldn't quite make. I wasn't quite sold on making the trip to Ardengard. It would take. What the fuck? Uh, it would take me about 9 days, give or take, to get there myself, and that's quite a long journey. I am quite slow in this form, but I mean, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do that, but I mean, worst case scenario, I'm an adult and I can do that to myself. Pull myself up by the flipper straps, if you will.
Flipper strap, shut the fuck up. I fucking hate it. Do you have a cart that we can maybe help you? I mean, we've got horses. You can tag along with us to Ardengard. I'm sure we could probably take you back at some
Oh,
point.
I'm quite heavy, dear boy.
You know, I've always found that phrase, pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, to be absolute bullshit. Most people who are content to tell that to others are the ones who are born with bootstraps given to them. They have no idea how to lace them, pull them, or otherwise wear them without assistance.
Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. I didn't mean anything by the statement.
No, don't misunderstand me. What I'm saying is, pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps is foolish when there are support structures available. If you'll forgive me more or less calling you foolish, I don't mean to directly call you that.
But indirectly you still do, and that is entirely your prerogative to do so. I'm not going to judge you.
Honestly,
If I might interrupt, I believe what Illithin might be trying to say is the cart is more than capable of carrying you. We did have a construct of sorts that we were hauling at one point, and it wouldn't be too much of a problem.
Absolutely massive the thing was.
Unfortunately, I think I might be a bit heavier than a construct, as you call it.
no, if you don't mind, I mean, I can definitely look around Ardengard when we're there and maybe bring you back something if you wouldn't mind the help.
If you have any way of making me fly, like perhaps magic, that might work. Or if you can find me a scroll, I can cast it on myself and do that and get myself there quicker. Of course I'd pay you for the trouble. And
Of course, I could definitely take a look.
then I shall wait here, and if you can't, do send word, and I will prepare to make the journey myself.
Flying walrus.
Never thought I'd see the day.
Does he seem like more genuinely like he really doesn't want to go to Ardengard with us, or is he like probably not gonna go?
It seems more like he's just dreading the trip in general because it's going to be really long for him, and he just doesn't really want to go that far.
The tale of the lazy wizard who turned himself into a walrus.
Yeah. Walruses can only move at 20 feet, so
Oh my god.
yeah.
The Wizus. It's the wizard walrus. That sounded weird. I hate it. Carry on.
I'm just saying, and I don't want to do this, but I may. You know, I feel inclined to insist for your assistance with Orpheus. You didn't have to do that. You could have taken the shade lily and eaten it the moment Varys showed it. But you didn't. It was very kind.
Oh, don't really put too much thought into it. It was just a spur of the moment decision, and we had a deal, and this seemed a little more pressing. Your friend was very concerned for him, and you guys did agree to help me, and that you seemed like decent folks. Regardless, you did technically follow suit on your end of the bargain by finding the shed lily, which is a feat in and of itself, and regardless of how, if I ever do return, I will definitely reward you for that, as agreed upon.
Now, Duke, Archibald, if I may, if we can't find anything that will help you get there, is there anything that we can bring back to you to help you transform back?
Oh, I thought before you said the last part, I was gonna have you bring me back some tea, but I don't. If you could potentially bring back a priest with you from the church, that would be splendid. But maybe it's the type of journey that I should maybe take for myself. A little bit of soul searching, if you will.
That's completely respectable. I know my way around Ardengard. I can see if I know a priest that can maybe help us, if we can bring one back, or if they know if we can find anything that will help you get there a little bit quicker.
Oh, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for your consideration. Now, you are free to share my camp as long as you need and whenever you're in the area, of course. I think I am going to turn in for the evening, and I bid you all good day.
Good night, Duke, and thank you for letting us share your camp.
Of course, of course. Very slowly, like... Go ahead. What?
Just don't rest well.
Okay. He very slowly shambles into his little, like, hut, and he mage hands a, what you guys didn't notice before, but he like made this makeshift door essentially, and he mage hands it up and like just leans it against as a makeshift door. Well, he seems very interesting.
He is quite the character.
I didn't know that talking whatever that is were a thing.
He's actually a human wizard from, what was the name of that mage city? And Varys, like, looks around to everybody else. Era something?
Aradus?
Aridus Point.
That's it. And he accidentally turned himself into a walrus, messing with some transforming magics, and he's been stuck that way.
Which I think is absolutely hilarious, but carry on.
Oh, well, that seems very sad and unfortunate. What if he has like a family that he's like, do you think he ran away in like shame? Why is he out here?
It could be that he's shameful that he accidentally turned himself into a walrus, but we're doing our best to help him get back to the way he was.
He said he's a duke. Does that mean he's like really important?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Help him, and I mean, I don't expect anything in return. He's helped us out in a couple of different situations. Some while I was here, some while I wasn't, and help him out. And if he decides that he wants to tell us how he lives, then we find out more.
Oh, well, when you guys change him back, can I be there? I want to see what he looks like as a person.
Absolutely, Orpheus.
Yes!
We're not going to let you go anywhere without us.
You guys are the best!
horse is pretty cool too.
Yeah, Horace is pretty amazing. I love Horace.
Kind of do a finger gun at Horace.
Horace kind of does it back, but like with his wings a little bit. Fucking stupid.
Well, I'm exhausted.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I promised not to make it so you have to drive all the time. It's just so nice taking in the scenery.
I'm sure it is. Luckily, it's normally the horse is doing most of the work, but still, being awake takes a toll.
Did see you dozing off a couple of times. Seeing we might as well take a rest.
I don't have the advantage of an owl that can peck me if I start to fall asleep.
Ah, yes.
I can
She's
peck you
great.
if you'd like. It won't be pleasant.
How about we just stop riding for 30 hours at a time for a bit?
Well, at least you didn't have to try to stay awake while flying through the air on the back of a Pegasus.
Would be nice. I don't know about you boys, but my rear and my thighs are positively numb. Not in the fun way.
Ah, you beat me to it there, Illithin. I was gonna make a joke.
I'd offer a massage, but you know.
Oh. Be careful what you offer.
Well, let everybody get some rest then. We'll take normal watch order.
Before they leave, Kulog would like to reach into the bag of useful items in hope of potentially getting like some lotion or oil out.
Oh boy.
So so you reach in for some lotion, and instead you pull out a book.
Can I read this book?
You certainly can. It seems to be a like
Kama Sutra.
Kama Sutra.
Kama Sutra, whatever.
it is a cookbook.
Oh shit.
They'll start reading it, actually, like religiously trying to make a better meal than Atrix did yesterday or today.
Yeah, fucking two jocks trying to compete with each other. Fucking to cook food.
So if you actually read this over the course of a couple of days, you will actually get a bonus to your cooking rolls.
Fuck.
Ooh.
Wow, the bag of useful items is actually useful.
Uh-huh.
Does it pull out a left glove and a right sock?
Yeah, just not for what you want.
Yeah.
Right.
Has the rat gone away yet?
Nope. The rat is rat is still like at the edge of the camp. He's kind of waiting for you to like throw him some food scraps. He's like
I'm gonna take a chunk of the food and kind of like entice it and just chuck it as far as I can to get it away from the camp.
Oh god, that's exactly what he looks like. Okay. So you chuck it as far as you can. Give me a strength check to see how far you eat it.
Oh god, that's awful.
Not far.
All right, you try to throw it far, and you accidentally throw it a little closer. So he comes in and he just swoops it up and gobbles it into one gross, loud gulp.
In Draconic, Atrix is gonna look at Ildrath and go, "Please get rid of this thing."
Even
Any way
Yildrath
possible.
doesn't look like he's interested in going near it.
He's like, I don't wanna.
He's like, yeah, I don't think so. If you can still hear me, I am going to get you guys to Ardengard, and that is where we're going to cut off because I want you guys to finally get to Ardengard!
Okay.
Okay, so, for sake of keeping things brief, you guys are in a relatively safe area. You guys haven't disturbed the lake that much, so thankfully nothing from that. Keeping your guys' watch throughout the evening, no problem. Is there any RP you guys would like to do tonight?
None for me.
Negative from me as well.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to get to Ardengard too.
Same.
Okay, so for sake of it being brief, the next day you guys wake up. The Duke has already lit the fire for you guys, and he looks like he caught some fish for breakfast, and he has them laid out for whoever wants to cook it.
I'm reading a cookbook, so I would like to.
Varys will
Okay.
help because he walks up and he goes, "Oh, you've caught some fish. Any problems with the lake this morning?"
Oh no, I have a little net down the way that kind of passively catches fish over time. It's completely safe, and it doesn't kill them right away, and they have plenty of room to move about, and I can harvest them when needed, and if I don't need them, I just let them go back into the lake.
Very well.
With advantage.
I'm trying to roll with advantage, but it's not letting me.
Hell yeah.
You just mean like roll again?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Nice, 22. So, you make a very, very delicious breakfast using the various spices at your disposal. Some salt. You make some nice salted fish and fry it up, and it's pretty freaking good.
Kulog looks over at Atrix and be like, I don't know, man. This one might be a little bit better than yours.
We'll see you later on.
Everything's a contest.
Add note. Leaving
Uh,
an Archibald.
While you're making those notes, Atrix is going to offer to take the lead on his way into Ardengard because he's kind of familiar with the area. So the marching order will start off with Atrix, if it's okay with the party.
What'd you say?
I was going to take lead into Ardengard since, I mean, being from there, I'm familiar with the area.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Orphenius, are you well enough to ride Horus on your own again?
Oh, I can manage, I think. I don't think it'll be too big of an issue.
Oh,
I'll
there's
take my
wanting
place
to
back
ride
with
Horus.
Kulog then.
You wanted to ride Horus, didn't you, Varys?
Maybe.
You can ride with me if you want. I don't mind the company, and Horace won't mind.
I'll do that then. Varys
Okay.
just has he's trying to hide his smirk.
Will you be riding in the front or the right in the back?
Back. And let Orphenius. I mean, it's his Pegasus, so he takes the reins.
And it's a little bit easier also to keep him if he starts falling for whatever reason, you can grab him or whatever. But easy enough. The Duke kind of looks you guys all over. Thank you for stopping by, and don't forget about me on your travels.
We'll do what we can to assist you, Duke. You have my word.
Very kind of you. If you don't feel hard on yourselves, if you end up not being able to find somebody or get a scroll or whatever, it's fine. Don't worry too much about it. You guys have your own things to worry about other than an old walrus like me. No, an old man like me. Sorry.
Quick DM question: can he understand Draconic?
Who?
The Duke.
You don't know.
In Draconic, to Illithin, I'm gonna say, I'm finding this man a scroll or a priest when we get to Ardengard.
Varys actually whispers to Orphenius while Atrix is speaking in Draconic and says, I really want to find a scroll of flight. Can you imagine seeing a flying walrus?
I know, that sounds amazing.
I think a little shopping trip might be in order when we get back. Once we address everything else.
I know I might have some unfinished business in Ardengard.
Yes, I'll, maybe if it's alright with you, I don't know that the others have anything particular they wanted to do, but, I could accompany you if you wanted.
I would love that.
Well, we'll do that then.
Maybe show you around some of my favorite places in Ardengard.
Sounds good.
Can I get everybody to give me perception checks, please? For this
No.
leg of the journey.
I mean, yes.
Sure thing.
And Gregor Phineas's.
How many days are we traveling now?
It'll be 2.5, but I am doing them in legs for like travel stuff. So you guys will keep your perception for that leg of journey.
I don't know, I'm talking about for downtime.
Oh, yeah, 2.5.
So just 2 straight downtime
Yeah,
rolls.
it'll be easiest.
Hey, I finally made one.
Hey, I made one too.
Hey, I made another.
And I didn't make the other one. Fun.
It's like 2 out of 6.
Wow, I didn't fail either of those. 26 out of 300. Let's go.
I've got 1 out of 200 on both of mine.
Okay. So, over the next couple of days, you guys. Oops, where did I just go? Oh, there I am. You guys make your way along the river, and eventually to Ardengard. You finally see the city walls, the outskirts of all the farmland, and you feel a sense of relief that you're finally back. However, as you begin to approach the gate, let me switch you guys over here. You guys will be probably coming in over here on the western gate once the map decides to switch over and load. That being said, so ping right here for you guys. As you get close to the gate, you see that there seems to be some sort of checkpoint that wasn't there when you guys left. You see people lined up and guards that are checking every single person that comes in and leaves with a sheet of paper.
Well, this could end very poorly for us because I still have absolution.
I'm sorry, why are they checking? Did they do this the first time? I don't remember this. Sigrun, do you remember this?
I hope the city hasn't been attacked again.
This is new.
Well, what are we doing? What kind of paper do we need? Atrix?
It wasn't here when I left. I can see if I can charm our way through or go a little bit ahead. Report back if I can, or if we just want to kind of go together. It was definitely not here when I left last time.
Don't like this. Wait, no, we should be fine. We were on a mission from the Queen. There shouldn't be any problem with us getting back in the city. Right?
Would I know if anything was illegal to, like, get into the city?
Like
Like,
customs or imports?
basically, yeah, like something. I mean, I feel like I would, but I want to.
I mean,
Like-
there's definitely stuff that's illegal to get into the city, but you do know that there's never really been any sort of checkpoint like this unless someone is on like on the large, essentially for criminal activity.
Oh shit.
I do the I guess only one other time now that comes to memory that I've ever seen checkpoints or anything of the sort was a long time ago, but that was when there was big, huge crime issue in the city, and they were making sure people that were coming in were not who they were looking for.
What does a piece of paper tell them that?
It was a while ago. I can't quite remember. I have ways in and out of the city with that I don't think they know of, but I don't think it's wise to take a whole group through them.
Atrix. Oh my goodness. Are you a vagabond?
I have my ways. And Atrix will kind of get a side smirk, like a smolder look.
Oh.
Well, he was in cahoots with the Grim at one point.
Nope, that's Rivali.
Oh, my bad. Ferris doesn't say that then. Out of character mishap.
We have two vagabonds amongst us. Isn't that interesting? What about you, Rivali? Any secrets to getting into the city? Maybe you two have different secrets.
I can't recall any secrets, no.
Can't or won't?
Probably won't because I don't want to get caught.
Oh.
Man of honor, some say.
Well. So what do we do? Wait, what if they're looking for us?
Well, let's find out. As you said, we are on a mission from the Queen. We do have what we were sent out for.
And a little something extra that was already supposed to be here, but you know, that's not our fault. Who wants to lead the way?
I'll go ahead and ask Rivali to hop off my horse, ask Illithon to get on, and I will part away from the group to go check out some of the spots that I was able to get in and out of the city without detection. Just to scout them. I won't go near them, but just to scout them to see if anybody's kind of paying attention. If that's okay.
Yes.
All
So
right, then.
you do have various spots that you know of. As you get on the horse with Illithon and you start kind of getting a little closer towards the gate to kind of see what's going on first and foremost, you do catch a glimpse of a piece of paper in the guard's hands as he's holding it up and comparing it to a group of what looks to be like a family that's traveling in. They have like some goods on their back. There is 1, 2, 3. There is 6 people on the sheet of paper.
Do any of them look like any of the party that we've been traveling with?
Roll me a perception check. Okay. Uno momento, please.
I like it. Picasso.
Picasso.
Do I see maybe?
Yep, go ahead and roll me perception as well.
Hiya!
Hopefully this. Yep, it popped up. Okay.
Bitch.
However, you, Illithin, notice that your guys' pictures are a little off for each one.
Can I grow a mustache like that now?
If you want to, you certainly can. I had so much fun making these.
I quickly turn my head away and turn the horse back, get back to the party, and say, yeah, well, we might need to clean ourselves up a bit.
We're wanted, but it's not
Yeah,
us.
it's these. From what Illithin was telling me, is
What do you
these
mean it's not
gargoyles-
us?
I mean, it's, look at that. You don't have that pointy,
Oh,
disgusting jawline. That's definitely not Kulog's forehead. And look at my nose.
Why do you have to bring my forehead into this?
I'm saying your forehead is much more attractive than that, whatever that is. Look at the unibrow. It's
That
horrible.
shit looks like a light bulb.
I'm
Light bulbs
saying
don't
that
exist in this world.
a lantern.
There you go.
I'm saying that it's very clearly meant to look like us, but it's not us. Unless they have an absolutely horrid sketch artist.
Who is passive perceptions?
I mean, our DM did make those up. Just kidding. Well, Atrix is dead.
You can eat my entire ass. Illithin,
Meh.
you have the highest passive perception.
Nah.
As you are saying this to the party, you hear a little tick, 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 tick as a rock comes to land at your foot. Little tiny little pebble.
It's like without moving my head, I look down at the rock. Is it literally just a pebble?
Yeah, it's just a small little pebble. There's a short second, and then another one kind of hits in your general direction. Not aiming directly at you guys, but near you to get your attention.
Yeah.
Would I hear that at that point?
I'll roll my foot over it and kind of look in the direction that they're coming from. Just very casually, just cloak up.
I'll also take a look.
So you guys look in that direction, and you see a familiar face to you, Illithin, a tiefling lady, who is currently kind of hiding among the bushes, more in the shade. She kind of, without saying anything, because she can't, kind of motions you guys to come over.
Luna!
Gentlemen, it seems we have a caller over in that direction. Maybe it's best we not all move together at once. Maybe one at a time. They'll just act like I'm giving them a parting bow and start very casually winding through people to head that way.
I offer my arm for Illithin to kind of walk together. Just to kind of go with her. And then just kind of put my head to the side away from the guards.
Varys hops off of Horus and does his best to slip into the shadows.
Yeah, Orphinius, he gives Horus a pat and then dismisses him, and kind of falls to the ground a little bit and catches himself, and he grabs from the saddlebags and stuff. He slings it over his shoulder and grabs a little blanket and kind of covers his head up and stuff because he does kind of stand out a little bit.
Look at that picture, honestly. I don't have 4 horns. Who has 4 horns?
Well, it does kind of look cool, honestly. The horns, at least.
You think 4 would be better than 2?
Well, they're not better, but it definitely looks kind of really cool.
Duly noted.
As you get over eventually to Luna, those of you who are taking your sweet time, but in the general area, she grabs you and like pulls you into the shadows, and she puts a finger up to her lips and then motions for you guys to follow.
There as follows.
She kind of gives you a little bit of a side eye, Varys. Not like a mean one, but kind of like a long time no see type of look.
Still have all those arrows you borrowed from me.
Yeah.
We might
What do you
need
mean
them.
borrowed? She snuck them in my quiver without me knowing.
That's true.
Borrowed.
I was there.
So you guys follow Luna. She takes you. Let me grab from here all the way, cutting through the fields. Eventually, as she keeps going, it takes you guys a while, but eventually she leads you back over here, and there is a little hole in the wall here that she takes you to. She kind of weaves in quickly through like the checkpoint areas and mostly staying to bushes and shadows where she can, and going through very specific. Ignore where my actual trail went, but I'm just showing you the general direction she took. But very specific fields and like near specific houses, and will go around places. Atrix and Rivali, for you guys, it's very clear that she clearly knows who to like go to and who not to go to for like safety, if you will. Basic rogue shit, more or less. Let me put an X there. However, you guys, she pushes and urges each one of you through the little crack in the wall that's kind of covered with bushes and vines. And when you get in, you're in the back alley close by what some of you would know to be as Midden Row, which is where the less than savory tend to hang out. She kind of brings you guys towards the back of this building, and it's this kind of ramshackled little mess through these bushes. And I will switch the map over. She urges you all inside the room, and then shuts and locks the door behind you guys.
Once inside, would I recognize the place that we're in?
Not the back room here, but you do recognize the building itself as you were approaching to be the Curious Cat, which is a tavern / inn kind of restaurant. You've done business here before. You've been in the front part of the actual business area itself.
Ah, place haven't seen before. It's nice to seeing some new things. I will kind of saunter over to. Why did that name Luna? And offer my hand, and it's Atrix.
Marriage.
She looks at your hand a little bit and kind of gives you a once over and nods and shakes your hand a little bit.
I kiss the back of it.
Before you even get to kiss it, she pulls it away quickly.
Okay.
She looks a little like, nah.
All right. She's not mommy material. Bye. I'm kidding. No, I just nod my head in respect and kind of just take a look around.
She pulls out a crumpled piece of the royal decree and like holds it up and looks at you guys with a "what the fuck did you do?" look.
Did we in character? I don't remember ever learn her name in character.
Nope.
I didn't think so.
Oh, no. That's not us. That can't be us.
She kind of gives you like a look.
And what are these names? Look at this. I don't have 4 horns. Have you ever seen one of us with 4 horns? Don't say yes, it won't help my case.
And I certainly don't have a mustache like that. Look, we were sent on a mission from the Queen to, and he like pulls his overshirt to the side. We were sent on a mission by the Queen to go pick this up.
And what are these names? The Fiend. The Brute. Who comes up with these, honestly? No self-respecting criminal would go by the Brute.
She points to the name at the top, which for your group is called the Malefactors, and she kind of looks you all over and just kind of shakes her head a little bit.
Can you bring that poster up again? I somehow got it. Thank you. The Malefactors. Well, it can't be us. Not all of us are males.
Malefactor. Malefactor.
You sense Atrix was joking.
Was he though?
I mean, we could be the Malefactors. If we really wanted to.
Isn't that the name of the sexy bar on the other side of town? The Malefactors?
Is there another one? I only found the 2.
Where they cater to men?
Most brothels are.
For the work we do, I don't like to be tied into crime. But, so I don't agree with the name, but we can come up with someone else, a name else time, but this is definitely not us.
What is it that we supposedly did?
She shrugs and kind of gives a look of motion to you as if saying, that's what I want to know.
Well, at least it says capture alive and not alive or dead.
Well, we didn't do anything. We got sent out on a mission. We went and performed said mission, and now we're back. A couple of stops between there, but, no one said it was an immediate thing. We weren't given a timeline or a deadline.
Didn't you guys originally get sent out to find the armor and the sword and bring it back here?
We had already done our first task, and we were there for the armor.
Well, the sword was here, and then it was gone.
Well, we don't know what caused that. We had nothing to do with that.
Also, the 2 of you, and he points at Atrix and Rivali, were not with us when we were sent out. So I feel
But how
like
do they
somebody's
know you? That's
framing.
a great point.
While these guys are talking, Kulog will go over to Luna and basically ask her, "Did you bring this to me while I was sleeping one day?" And he'll basically pull Absolution out of its sheath behind him.
She gives you a confused look and motions to everything around her.
So you've never seen this before, and you're telling me that you've been here this whole time. You haven't left to follow us during our mission to go get to go through the Great Cut, right? He stops himself so he doesn't tell her that we have the armor.
Yeah, she nods.
And who could have brought this sword to me?
A group from the Butterfly sect that we encountered.
Did they confirm that they actually brought it to us?
No, but we encountered them before the woods, and they weren't a fan of us.
Oh, right.
That was Butterfly sect, right?
The
They had a couple members of it at least.
Are you talking about the Warriors of Darkness?
not Google. Reach my notes. That's not
Also, I
that
don't know if it's
one.
called the butterfly sect. I think it is.
So the group. Oh God, where the fuck is my notes? Oh, that's right. Pew Puffner. It is a.
Right, Pew Puffner.
Oh, here it is. So are you talking about the hunting party that you guys were part of, or that you saw with the Shalvia and stuff?
I think so. Yeah.
So Shalvia was part of the butterfly sect. She is one of the higher ranking members. That she said was she was known as the Carrying Collar, which Atrix, that rings a bell to you. The one of the two scouts worshipped they were part of the flowering sect, which is the huntsman. The Tabaxi worshipped the wicked, and the hexblood, which you guys wouldn't know that she was a hexblood, but the almost half orc looking lady worshipped both the Silver Lady and the Willow. So she worked for the butterfly sect and the lunar sect, the Tabaxi for the rose sect, and then the other two for whatever the fuck the huntsman sect is, the flowering sect.
Would all like decrees like this have the butterfly sect seal, or would it be specific to like who did it?
So the butterfly seal is actually the royal seal.
Ah.
Typically used, by both the king and the queen.
Well, then never mind.
A monarch for the monarchs.
Exactly.
I mean, they're the only ones that I could think of who would try to frame us for anything that knows about all of us.
Would I know?
But we helped them.
Would I know anybody in the sect that I'm a part of that would be able to give me information as to why we are wanted?
Yeah, certainly. You know quite a few people. You know one of the higher ups that essentially works directly for the sovereign of your sect. You've never met the sovereign yourself. Your specific sovereign is very offhand. But yeah, you definitely have contacts you can call.
The question is do I use my I know a guy? Be probably a good idea to use it.
You can do whatever you want. I was supposed to technically give you the NPCs for this anyway, and I forgot to do that.
I know a few people I can potentially contact to see why this was put out on us. It might take a few days to find them and get the information we're looking for, but again, I know my way around this city and I know how not to get caught. I've charmed my way through a few things before. I'm sure I could do it again.
Well, you and I both. I certainly hope you don't suggest that we all just sit around and hope that your contact has information that's useful.
Go ahead.
At the insistence of you mentioning like sitting around, Luna kind of holds her hand up a little bit to speak to get your attention, or quote unquote speak, but to get your attention.
Turn and look at her.
She motions for you guys to follow her. So go ahead and click your avatars and use the mouse keys to move them around. Might be a little slow. Yeah, it's kind of laggy for some reason. But she brings you guys over here, and she unlocks and like pushes the ball bearings aside and unlocks the door. Unlocks the
Do you
spring.
mind giving me full sight so the people can see?
Yes, I can. Well, you're about to go into the lit area, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
She brings her to the back kitchen. The people who are working in the kitchen themselves kind of like look at her, give a nod, and kind of look behind her, but they don't say anything. Oops. She opens the side door. She brings you guys out here. It is a very crowded bar, but she brings you all the way to the front of the building here, where there is a board on the wall. Let me grab it for you. Hi, honey.
Hello?
Yes. Where is it? Uno momento, please. I don't think I uploaded it. Let me add it really quick. Create journal entry. No, I have not. I'm gonna be done here in a minute anyway. Just setting up the next part. Let me upload the picture. Ow.
Elton's just sitting there walking on the bar.
Coyote uglying it.
Oh, I already had it. I'm dumb.
The bard, it's allowed.
Whenever it decides it wants to actually show itself to everybody.
I hate that you have crinkle and cuts.
I thought that was funny. She motions to the job board, essentially, for you guys, essentially, since you said don't want to sit around and not do anything.
Can I discreetly take that wanted poster off?
You can. It's very clear that everybody in here saw your face, and they don't care.
Okay, well then I'll leave it on.
Yeah, this is the type of place where people who want to get away and not be seen come to not be seen.
Hey, Squeaker. Shut the fuck up. I love it.
I've been waiting to show you guys this for over a month. I put so much effort into making this stupid job board. And I will also upload this into the quest log as well, for the things, which I don't think I've shown you guys yet, the quest log. So if you, I think there's a side thing for it. Hold on.
The one that looks like a bookmark, and then the piece of paper quest
That's
log.
what it was. Yeah, so the bookmark on the left side, and the scroll, unfurled scroll piece of paper thing will open up the your guys' quest log, which I will be adding these in as available quests for you guys to take. So you can next session take whichever ones you want.
Which one?
The bookmark on the left-hand side in the hotbar. Left-hand side. There you go.
Oh my lord, I'm dumb.
And the piece of paper.
Okay, yep.
There you go. So that shows you like what quests will be available. I have to add the available ones in, and then you guys can actually pick them up or not. The ones you have in progress, the ones you've completed or failed, or ones that are inactive.
Neat. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. So, if that will be roughly where we'll end it. If you guys want to talk a little bit and do a little bit more RP, you are more than welcome to do so. Kind of gather your last thoughts and close them out.
Well, we finally made it to Ardengard. I think I will suggest to the party as we kind of see the job board to, if somebody wants to accompany me on the way to where I need to go to find out the information I need to, they can. But I'll suggest that they very discreetly pick up a job and keep busy while I go find out the information that I need to find out.
Orpheus kind of speaks up. Oh, I can go with you. I'm not wanted, so, I mean, you know.
I'm down for whoever wants to travel. I know I was going to say show Illithin around, but I'd rather do that freely and not having to do it undercover, if that makes sense.
I can't. your dog. He's snoring.
Vera says to Luna, it's clear that we're safe here, but what about the rest of Midden Row?
Luna kind of.
I can hear Diesel.
Luna kind of shrugs a little bit and kind of gives a sense like, does that like shaky hand thing that's kind of iffy type of thing.
Understood. Still don't know why somebody wants us captured.
She does mark towards one of the side entries over this way, the hallway. Kind of ping, but you might not be able to see it. As which
Yeah, I can see it.
Atrix would be, that's where like the bedrooms and stuff are. And it's not so much a place that you like have to pay for the rooms, you just kind of take them as you need them. Since people usually use this place for like hiding out. So feel free to select your tokens and bring them over to whichever room you want that you can take. Does it not work? Is it not working? Oh no, it's working. Is the other one working?
I don't think so.
It'd be this one.
Oh my god.
I can't hear it. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working.
Being locked.
Yeah, that one's locked.
This one I don't think is working.
That one's definitely working.
I can't hear it.
Is the door you're in front of locked, Secret?
No, it's open.
Oh. Okay.
I just standing out here so I can see everyone else.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't hear that one, but I know.
Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it.
Kulak just slams the door. Fine.
Have it now.
Yeah, I can't. For some reason, I can't hear it.
Secret, can you move there and hear it?
I can hear it.
Okay. So Atrix, for some reason, can't.
Yeah, I turned everything up, so.
Okay. That's fine.
If Secret wants to.
Oh, that room is occupied.
It is definitely occupied.
Why can't I hear that? It's really weird. I can hear this one.
Oh.
Okay.
Chunk is in here. All right, later.
Yeah, so as you open that one, you see Chunk is currently like gathering his belongings and he goes, one moment, I'll be out in a minute.
I step aside so he can leave the door.
Yeah, kindly have a good day. Sorry for being in your way.
You too, sir. And I'll come in, shut the door, and I'll lay down in bed.
Okay.
That room is definitely occupied.
Seagan's gonna have a tough time sleeping.
It's like right up next to the wall, just like listening in.
Oh, oops. Hold on.
Illithon can share a room with me.
There is one room left.
I mean, sure. Why not?
Oh shit. Okay.
I'm sure
well,
Sigrun's tired of me anyway.
I will take the other room, I guess. Oh, I've never had my own bed.
That room is occupado. Oh shit, that's
Over
funny.
here. Varys, you hear a knock, knock, knock outside your door.
Yes? He opens the door.
Oh
It's
shit.
Luna.
Oh shit.
And that's
Oh.
where we're gonna end the session.
Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Varys about to get some Luna.
That's what we heard at that door.
Helicopter.
Wow.